Whoops, you weren't supposed to see that. Ho ho. Let me... There it is. Wow, there was supposed to be some opening narration that played. It did when I started the game first time. Hopefully that opening narration will scroll through again when we start the game. Or I can just restart and try again. I don't know. But yeah, I'm reading Tsukihime today. This is a visual novel I've been interested in for some time just because of the melty connection, and the characters are cool, and I wanted to learn more about them, so I thought, what better than story time with the minions to find out all about it? And, yeah, it just seems like a, Type Moon stuff has always been kind of interesting to me, but I've never just had the opportunity to dive into it. And I'm not a gacha guy, so I don't care about Fate Go. So I thought this would be the most interesting way to dive on in. Wow, I didn't know they made a prequel VN for hit fighting game Melty Blood, Actress Again current code, and its sequel Melty Blood Type Lumina. Wow, you're exactly right, Visit Rams. That's right. They made a visual novel out of Melty Blood. Can you believe it? What a strange choice. Blue Glass Moon under the Crimson Air. So, yeah, we're gonna read Tsukihime, see how it goes. I'm very curious about the experience. And if you're interested in me reading other VNs that are more cornball, you could say, we are $38 away from our Nepco Para Catboys Paradise goal. But let's start it. Let's start it. Ah, good, we can watch the opening. Alright, cool. I really like this piano piece, by the way. Suddenly, I awake with a start. The night is pitch black, and no one else is in the house. It's scary being alone in the dark, so to find everyone, I head out into the garden. Our mansion's gardens are vast fields of green, surrounded by a thick, dense forest, with the trees blanketing out the light, almost like a massive curtain, like a stage in a theater somewhere. The curtain of trees opens with a swishing sound. Excitement fills me, and anticipating the beginning of the grand play. In the distance, I hear the sound of echoes beyond the black curtain of trees. Inside the forest, the sounds... Oh, I didn't read it fast enough. The curtain doesn't open yet. Unable to restrain myself, I wander into the darkness of the forest. Protag-kun, thank you for resubscribing. A 10-month streak. Incredible. Darkness surrounds me, a blackness so deep it's suffocating. The air is so cold, a winter's chill so deep, my eyes feel like they'll freeze. For a brief moment, I thought I heard someone call my name, so I walk even deeper into the forest. After passing through the veil of trees, I find everyone waiting for me in the forest clearing. But something is wrong. Everyone is lying on the ground. Everyone is lying on the ground, in pieces. The clearing is bathed in red. I don't understand. A stranger approaches. The look on his face says he wants to rip me apart. I don't understand at all. But someone else, someone I don't know, steps in front of me and is torn apart in my place. I'm just a kid, so I really don't understand. A splash. Something warm and wet hits my face. It's red. A red liquid, like a tomato. The person that was torn apart, that person I called Mom, never called my name again. I really don't understand. But it is just so cruel. I wanted to cry. I just felt like crying. Warm crimson blurs my vision, seeping into my eyes. But it doesn't bother me at all. The lonely moon floats above me, bearing witness in the night sky. It's strange. Why didn't I realize until now? Such a cold, horrible nightmare. Yes, I didn't realize it. That tonight, the moon is so beautiful. Alright, that was the opening. I like that opening. It's very atmospheric. It sets up a lot of intrigue and mystery about what's going on in this story. I'm sure Shiki will be extremely normal. Let's start from the beginning. Like all good stories, they start at the beginning. A prologue. Just from what I've experienced in Melty Blood, Shiki seems extremely normal. Disregard that there's another version of him that's the Joker. Oh, an unfamiliar ceiling. When I came to, I was lying on a hospital bed. The curtain on the nearby window sways gently. It is a beautiful day outside, and the dry wind signals the end of summer. Hello, Tono Shiki-kun. Congratulations on your recovery. The unfamiliar old man extends his hand for a handshake. His square-rimmed glasses and warm smile are very befitting. His tidy-looking white clothes suit him perfectly, too. Can you understand what I am saying, Shiki-kun? No. Why am I in a hospital? You don't remember, do you? You were involved in a car accident while you were walking. Your chest was stabbed by a shard of glass, and it was unlikely that you would survive. Very unbefitting of what a doctor would say, yet he still says it while still smiling cheerfully. Terrible. I feel terrible. I'm tired. Can I go to sleep? Yes, you should rest. You must focus on recuperating and not push yourself. The doctor is still smiling. To be honest, I can't stand that smile anymore. Can I ask you something, doctor? Yeah, apparently it opens on Shiki getting hit by a car. That's interesting. What is it, Shiki-kun? Why are there scribbles all over your body? And there are cracks all over the walls. Why are there cracks in the walls? The smile vanishes for just a brief moment, then returns to his face immediately. He turns and walks away. It seems there was some brain damage after all. Get a hold of Dr. Ashia in neurology. I also suspect he may have suffered some damage to his eyes. Spend the afternoon examining his eyes. The doctor whispers to the nurse so that I won't hear him. I suspect that Shiki did in fact hear him. Weird. There are scribbles all over everyone's bodies. The sloppy, zigzagging black lines running all over the floors, walls, the ceiling. I don't understand what they mean, but looking at them makes me feel sick. Most things, Nasu writes, opens on protagonist Kun remembering or experiencing some kind of tragedy. You know, that is a good point. The only Nasu thing I've read is, what is it? Angel Notes. It's Angel Notes, I think the name is. And I do... yeah, that does kind of start with a flashback too, doesn't it? It's a cool, very cool short sci-fi story. I liked it a lot. I wonder what it is. The bed, too, is covered in these scribbly lines. When I touch the line with my fingertip sinks down into the crack. Oh, I didn't expect that. I thought it would just be like a visual thing. I didn't know it's something you could actually touch. That's kind of gross. Kara no Kyoki also starts with Ryoki getting hit by a car. Is that just a Shiki's fate? Oh, it seems as if I could reach farther down with something narrower, so I traced the line with a fruit knife that was lying on the bedside table. I didn't use any strength at all, yet the knife sinks into the bed all the way up to the hilt. It was fun, so I dragged the knife along the scribbly line. Thud! With a heavy sound, the bed snaps cleanly in two. Oh, okay. Gah! The girl in the bed next to mine screams. The nurses run over and take the knife away from me. Alright, well, I guess that's how that works. How did you break the bed, Shiki-kun? The doctors don't ask why, but curiously persists on how I did it. I traced along the line, and it broke. Hey, just what is this hospital full of cracks? You'd better stop with that, Shiki-kun. There are no such cracks like that anywhere. Now tell me, just how did you break the bed? You can tell me, I promise I won't get mad. I'm telling you, all I did was just trace the line with the knife. I see. Okay, we'll continue this conversation tomorrow. The doctor leaves. In the end, not a single person believed my story. It is pretty unbelievable. That's a funny... I like that PowerPoint transition, Nasu. Very cool. As long as I run the knife along the scribbles, I can cleanly cut anything. I don't have to put any force into it. It is as easy as cutting paper with scissors. The bed, the chair, the desk, the walls, the floor. I've never tried, but probably, no, definitely even people. But it seems that no one else can see these lines. The black lines only I can see. This game was made on a freeware visual novel software from the mid-90s. Yeah, that makes sense. I can buy it. I especially like how there's no display options except pressing F to full screen it. Despite being a kid, I gradually began to understand what the lines were. They are probably like stitches. Just like stitches that hold an open wound together after surgery. I think they are weak spots. After all, there's no way I could cut such a thing with a child's strength alone. Yeah, I didn't know until now. That the world is covered in these lines, these breaking lines that bind everything together. No one else can see them. That's why they're just fine. But I can see them. I'm scared. So scared I can't even talk. It's as if I am the only one who went crazy. Maybe that's why? Why even after 2 weeks no one believes my story? Even after 2 weeks no one has come to see me? Even after 2 weeks, I continue to live alone in a world surrounded by black stitches. This is one thing I also noticed about Nasu from reading Angel Notes. It's even very clear in Angel Notes that he really likes repetition in his prose, which I think is interesting. I think he uses that in an interesting way just from that one story I've read, and I know it's something that pops up a lot in Tsukihime and Fate's Stay Night, the repetition of certain phrases or words. We all know about chairs, I think. So there's even after 2 weeks repeated a lot on that screen. I need to get out. I don't want to be in this room anymore. I don't want to stay in a place covered in stitches. That's why I decided to escape and run away to somewhere where no one else would be. But the wound on my chest still hurts, and I didn't get very far. That was when I noticed. I'm standing in the grassy field just outside of town. I really didn't get far at all. My chest hurts, and I feel so sad. I collapse to my knees and cough. There's nobody here. Drowning in this ocean of green at the end of summer, I feel like I'm about to disappear. But before that, hey you! It's dangerous to sit down in a place like that, and you'll get ticks. Oh, hi. Orbs! She's gonna throw orbs at me, look out! I hear a woman's voice from behind me. Eh? What do you mean, eh? You're already a runt, so I can't see you if you're sitting in the grass. I was this close to kicking you, so watch out. She points at me rather grumpily. I get a little angry. After all, I sit in the 4th row from the front, so I don't think I'm that short. Kicked? By who? Isn't it obvious, stupid? You and I are the only ones here, so who else could it be but me? She declares this confidently as she folds her arms. Funny magic girl. Well, I suppose it must be fate that we met here, so you want to talk for a little while? My name is Aozaki Aoko. What's yours? She extends her hand to me with the kind of cheerfulness one would show an old friend. I see no reason to refuse, so I tell her my name is Tono Shiki and grasp her cool hand in return. Oh, I like this CG. Talking to her was a lot of fun. She didn't ignore what I said just because I was a kid. Instead, she listened. She listened to what I had to say, like a friend. We talked about many, many things. About my family. About how it was an old and respected family with very strict traditional rules and my equally strict father. Hello, Kaskin. I would say Aoko has some drip. Look at her hair. Look at her designer jeans. About my little sister, Akiha. Quiet Akiha who always followed me around. Yeah, don't let her get that close while you're on the ground, Shiggy. You're giving her free Okizeme. She's gonna set up those orbs. About our big mansion and the vast gardens, and how Akiha and I would play together with our friends. I told her about many things almost feverishly. Oh, it's this time already. Sorry, Shiki. I've got some business to take care of, so let's shop here. Or stop here, sorry. She gets up to leave. My chest tightens, and I feel sad thinking that I would be alone again. See you tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you here, okay? You should go back to your room and listen to your doctor. Oh. She speaks with such ease in such a natural way as she makes her way off. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow we would be able to talk like we did today. I'm happy. It was the first time I truly felt something since I awoke from the accident. Since that day, going to that grassy field in the afternoons became part of my daily routine. She would get angry when I called her Aoko. For some reason, it seemed she hated her own name. After some thought, I decided that she seemed like a very distinguished person, so I came to call her Sensei. Sensei would seriously listen to anything I had to say, and would always dispel my anxieties with but a single word, without fail. I was depressed from the accident, but slowly, thanks to Sensei, I began to return to my former self. Even those scary black scribbles didn't seem quite so scary anymore when talking to Sensei. I didn't know who she was or where she was from. Perhaps she really was a teacher. But I don't care. It doesn't matter at all. Because it's fun being with Sensei. That alone is all that matters, and that alone is more than enough. Hey, Sensei. Look what I could do. I wanted to surprise her one day, so using the fruit knife I brought from the hospital, I cut down a tree growing in that field. Like before, I run the knife along the scribble-like line and cut it cleanly across the base. Okay, I don't think this is a good thing to just, like, show off with Shiki. It's kind of freaky. Shiki is diagnosed with mature woman like her. Very smart. Amazing, isn't it? I can cut anything easily as long as it's somewhere where I can see these scribbles. Yeah, very normal behavior, Shiki. No one else can do this, right? Shiki! She slaps me across the... Yeah, that's I think that is appropriate reaction. Sensei? What you just did was extremely thoughtless. Sensei gives me a hard, piercing glare. I don't know why, but I realize I just did something I definitely shouldn't have done. With Sensei's severe expression and the pain from my cheek where she slapped me, I felt very, very sad. I'm sorry. Before I knew it, I was crying. Shiki. Then, a gentle, warm feeling envelops me. There's no need to apologize. It's true that you did something I should be angry at you for, but it's definitely not your fault. Sensei squats down and hugs me. But you know, if someone doesn't tell you otherwise now, one day you're going to make a mistake you can never take back. I sure hope that doesn't happen. I sure hope there's no conflict or drama in this story. I just want a good time. That's why I won't apologize. You can hate me all you want if you feel that way. You hit me. Not even my own father hit me. No, I don't hate you, Sensei. Really. I'm glad you feel that way. I guess it was fate that the two of us met here like this. Sensei began to ask about the scribbles I could see. As I told her about the lines, the black, jagged lines that somehow only I could see, Sensei's embrace tightened. Shiki, what you are seeing is something that should never be seen by anyone or anything. Everything in existence has points where they are most easily broken. We, who will break down one day, are imperfect for this reason. Yeah, it sure would be a shame if Shiki took advantage of these powers to do terrible, insane things, but that would never happen, right? He's a good boy. Your eyes have the ability to see the fate of all things. To put it another way, you can see the future. See the future? That's right. You can see death. You don't need to know any more than that. Someday, you happen to go down that path, the principles will become clear to you as something that is needed. Sensei. If it were, you know what? Maybe Shiki is on the right path. He can do combos using those lines. He can do some sick side switching stuff. And then he goes Joker mode and activates knife slashes. Sensei, I really don't understand. That's good. It's important that you don't understand now. All I want you to know is that you must never cut these lines on a whim or as a joke, understand? If you do so, your eyes will begin to take the lives of others too lightly, and that is the worst thing that can possibly happen. Okay. I won't do it if you say so, Sensei. I will never break this promise. Besides, it kind of hurts my chest. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'll never do it again. Good for you, Shiki. Never forget the feelings that you have experienced here today. If you stay that way, I'm sure you'll find happiness. Sensei finally lets go of me. But Sensei, I see those lines and get worried. They'll be cut as soon as I trace them, right? Then it wouldn't be weird for my surroundings to come apart at any time. You're right. I'll be able to help you with that at least. It seems as if that's the reason why I'm here. Sensei sighs, then favors me with a warm smile. Shiki, I'll give you a very special present tomorrow. I'll give you your old life back, the one you were living before your accident. Can you give me my mom back? Oh no, Shiki, I didn't mean that. The next day. Exactly the 7th day after I met Sensei, she arrives in the grassy field, carrying a large trunk in one hand. Here, if you put these on, those strange scribbles won't be visible anymore. What she gave me was a pair of glasses. But my eyes are fine. Just put them on. The lenses don't have any magnification or anything. Oh, they're fake. He's wearing fake nerd glasses. Sensei forces them on me. Suddenly, whoa! Incredible! This is amazing, Sensei. I can't see the scribbles anymore. Not at all. Of course. I had quite a time stealing Mystic Eye Killer from my older sister to make this Aozaki Aoko masterpiece. But that's a story for another day. Read another thing about me. So treat them well or they'll be hell to pay. Got it? Yep. I'll take good care of them. You're incredible, Sensei. Nope, sorry. That's all the context you get for Aoko. You don't know about her sister. You made all those horrible lines disappear just like that. It's like magic. Of course. I am a sorceress, after all. Giving me a proud smile, Sensei puts her trunk down on the ground. But know this, Shiki. Those lines haven't disappeared. It's just that you can't see them. Once you take the glasses off, you'll be able to see them again. Really? I wonder if they'll elaborate on how Shiki... I'm sure they will. I want to see how they elaborate on how Shiki goes about everyday life with the glasses. Like, does he even take them off when he sleeps? Or, like, showers? Or... Really? Yes. That's the one thing that cannot be fixed. Your only choice is to keep living your life and do your best with the eyes you have now. No, I don't want those scary eyes. If I cut the lines again, I'll end up breaking my promise to you. Oh, you mean never cutting the lines again? Silly, you can break that promise whenever you like. Really? But you said it was something I shouldn't do. Yes, it is. But that is your gift, Shiki. It's yours to use as you see fit. No one else but you has the right to judge you. Thematic. I feel like this is bad advice, even if it's thematic. But out of all of the abilities one can have, yours is terribly unique. If you have such a power, that means there is a meaning behind you having it. God doesn't give us powers for no reason. You might say that you were given the mystic eyes of death perception because one day, a time will come when you will need them. That's why you must not live in denial of their existence. Sensei squats down so her eyes could be level. It's illegal only if you get caught? Well, I mean, they'll still see that you stabbed the guy, but I don't know. But you know, that's why you must never forget. You are a very kind and honest person, Shiki. As long as you remain the way you are now, your eyes will never bring forth any wrong. You gotta stay baby, Shiki. However, I am not telling you to become a saint. All I'm saying is live true to yourself and become a man in the manner that you think is right. Since you can accept your mistakes and are able to apologize, I know that in 10 years you will become a great man. That being said, Sensei stands and reaches for her trunk. Oh, but I must say, unless in exceptional circumstances, you shouldn't take the glasses off. Special powers attract other special powers. Only when you decide there is no other way should you take off those glasses, and even then, be mindful of how you use your power. Power in itself is not evil. What is evil rests solely in the hearts of the ones wielding such power. Be it for good or evil, it will be up to you and the choices you make. She picks up her trunk. Sensei doesn't say anything more after that, but deep down I know we would have to part. It's impossible, Sensei. I can't do it. I won't understand just by myself. The truth is, I was so afraid before I met you. I was only able to return to being me because you were with me. I can't do it. Not even with these glasses. If you're gone, I can't do it. Don't say such things, Shiki. Blah blah, slurred it a little, sorry. Don't say such things, Shiki. You tell me lies that even you yourself can't believe. You only make whoever hears you sad. Sensei raises her eyebrows in displeasure and pokes my forehead. You know it yourself, don't you? You're all right now. So don't say stupid things and give up on the self that you finally found. Only you can choose to be you. No one else can do it for you. Yeah, as from my understanding, Aoko is a very old Nasu character who just shows up in a lot of stuff. I guess Nasu just likes her, and that's fine. I respect the power of guys like Nasu who's like, okay, here's my favorite OC, they're gonna show up in everything. And I respect it. I respect that. It's very powerful. Sensei turns around. Well, this is goodbye. Listen, Shiki. Life is not easy. Everyone's life is a hard, long, rocky road filled with many pitfalls. You have more power than anyone else to do something about that, so pull yourself together. Sensei is leaving. I was sad, but I'm Sensei's friend, so I have to see her off properly. Yes. Goodbye, Sensei. Well done. That's right, Shiki. Hold on to that confidence and always live true to yourself. When you find yourself in trouble, calm down and think things through carefully. Okay? A solution will always present itself if you do. It'll be alright. You'll manage, even on your own. Sensei laughs happily. That means the flashback is over, because it turned sepia. This version of Tsukihime is a 0 because it doesn't have Noel. I don't know about that. Remake could never have the soul of a VN from 30 years ago. That's a weird aspect ratio that isn't quite 4:3. You can see it doesn't fit totally in my layout because it's not quite 4:3. I don't know what it is. It's soulless if it's not weird 4:3. The wind blows. The field of grass sways in unison. Sensei was already gone. Goodbye, Sensei. After saying that, I really felt that I would not see her again. All that remained were her many words in these mysterious glasses. It was only 7 days, but she taught me things more valuable than anything else. As I stand there by myself, I feel tears well up in my eyes. Man, I was such a fool. I could only say goodbye. I couldn't even say a single word of thanks to her. Yeah, you idiot. Ungrateful dork. VN experience, which is... yeah, the important VN experience of just real photos with bad Photoshop filters over them. I look forward to Yumi Neko sometime in the next century for that. I left the hospital soon after that. Afterwards, I didn't return to the Tono household, but was taken to live with my relatives instead. But it's alright. Tono Shiki will be just fine, even by himself. I'll spend a new life with my new family. And like that, Tono Shiki's 9th summer ended, Wow, I'm glad everything ended so well. What a happy story. Short, though. The new autumn arrived, and I think I became more of an adult. Yumi Neko would take 50 streams. Yeah, I know. If I do stream it, I'm thinking it would just be like one chapter at a time, and I would take long breaks between them. Oh, that's the end of that. No more piano.ogg. Chapter 1, Inversion Impulse 1. First day, October 21st. A Thursday. Autumn. The last traces of summer are disappearing today. A Thursday, halfway through October. This is the day when I, Tono Shiki, return home. It's been 8 years since I left. I am going to stream Great Ace Attorney sometime soon. Great Ace Attorney 2, I should say. I just wanted to do Tsukihime this month, because, October, right? Vampires, Castlevania, anime vampires. That's the theme of this October. But yeah, Great Ace Attorney 2 is definitely up on the docket. So don't you worry about that. Especially since I liked 1 so much. Shiki, hurry up. You're going to be late for school. I hear Keiko-san's voice floating in from the kitchen. Okay, I'm leaving, I call back. Ooh, nice. I love the tilde. I place my hands together in the room that was mine at the Arima's up until now. I'm going. Thanks for letting me live with you these last 8 years. Clap, clap. I fold my hands together in a prayer. Then, grabbing my only bag, I leave the room that had become so familiar. Here we've already got 2 of the visual novel staples out of the way: Blue Sky and Piano.ogg. We still need Schrodinger's cat and Puppet with its strings cut. I walk through the entrance to the Arima's house, then turn to face it. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Shiki, Keiko-san, who had come to the door to see me off, calls my name somberly. See you later. Take care, Mom. What a strange thing to say. I won't be coming back. Never again will I pass through this door as a member of the Arima family. Thanks for looking after me. Please, give my regards to Father, too. Keiko-san simply nods. 8 years. The eyes of the person who had been my mother look so sad. I don't think I've ever seen her like that before. I'm sure it'll be hard for you at the Tono's house. Please, watch yourself. Your body is weak. You mustn't overdo it. I'll be okay. After 8 years, I'm just as healthy as anyone else. I'm a lot tougher than I look. I suppose you're right. But the Tonos are different from everyone else. I'm worried they'll be too much for you. Huh. His family seems mysterious and dangerous. I'm sure it's fine, though. I know what Keiko-san means. My home from today forth will be a mansion, an uncommon sight in this day and age. Not only is the house amazing, but the family itself is highly respected. Not only is the house... Oh, wait, I already read that line. It said they hold significant investments in many corporations. Your brain has rotted over, and you almost forgot Miyako's name because you just call her Oomphy. That's fair. She is Oomphy. Let's not talk about that unless we absolutely have to, Casket. To top things off, it's my true home. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, okay? The Arimas have only been looking after me. But it's already decided. Yeah, it's something that's decided already. Alright, I'll be heading off then. Thanks for taking care of me. I repeat those words one last time and turn my back on the household I had grown so accustomed to over these past 8 years. I leave the Arimas and start walking to school with a heavy heart. 8 years ago, I recovered from a serious injury that normally would have meant death. Then I was entrusted to the Arimas, a family branching off from the Tono family. I had lived with my real parents at the Tono mansion up until I was 9. Then I lived with the Arimas for 8 years until now, my second year of high school. I lived a normal life as an adopted son. From the time I met Sensei, those special circumstances Sensei told me about as she parted never happened, and the glasses hid the lines from me as long as I wore them. The life of Tono Shiki was a peaceful one. It meandered along gently until a few days ago, the day when the head of the Tono family sent word to me. Return to the Tono mansion, the very family that, until now, had shunned me. Huh. I wonder what's going on with that. And I'm curious because, the beginning there said he was in a car accident. So it makes me wonder if the violent scene from the opening, if that's what really happened, like Tono wasn't actually in a car accident, but that's what really happened, or if it was a flash forward. Don't actually tell me, it's a rhetorical question, no spoilers. I sigh again. To be perfectly honest, even before the accident, I had never gotten along with the Tono household. Maybe as a kid, I never liked the formality demanded by the family. Perhaps that's why I said nothing when the old man told me I was going to live with the Arimas. Yes, yeah, that's, I'm not gonna be on Nasu and Takeuchi's case about the existence of the H scenes. I obviously had to remove them. I had no choice because I like my channel not being taken down. But yeah, from my understanding, this was kind of a passion project, and Natsu and Takeuchi basically put their life savings into it. And, it had to succeed so they could continue eating, so I can understand having to play to the market's demands. I've also heard the writing in the sex scenes are infamously terrible, but, To be perfectly honest, maybe as a kid I never liked the formality demanded by the family. Perhaps that's why I said nothing when the old man told me I was going to live with the Arimas. I think it turned out well. I got along well with my adopted parents, Keiko-san and Fumio-san. Well, it was as if they were my real parents. I lived a normal life in the loving family of the Rimas, like a real son, just like I had always wished. I don't regret living there. Except for one thing. My little sister, 1 year younger than me, remained behind with the Tonos. Umfi, yeah, that's Umfi. Oh wait, no, Akia, right. Miyako's the other little sister. Akia, I bet she hates me now. Akia has the rings. Please, please do not talk about people's defenseless anuses, okay? Listen. Again, another bridge we'll cross when we get to it. She had to live in that mansion all by herself, under the constant supervision of that hard-headed old man. I could easily imagine what Akia thought of me, the one who escaped. I let out another sigh. I can't help it. What's going to happen will happen. Today, after school, I return to my true home. Lord knows what will occur. But for now, I've got more pressing problems. My watch shows 7:45. Homeroom starts at 8 o'clock sharp, and anyone who isn't in class by 8 is marked as late. Clutching my bag, I start sprinting towards school. Perhaps with a piece of toast in my mouth. I managed to make it to school in less than 10 minutes. I enter from the back gate, accomplishing a feat that would bring the track scouts running if they knew. Come to think of it, today's also the last day I'll come in through the back gate. The Arima and Tono houses are on opposite sides of the school, with the Arimas being behind while the Tonos is in front. I wonder if this is some sort of a metaphor. Obviously, I'll be coming through the front gate in the future. And I quite like the lonely atmosphere back here, too. For some reason, the back gate at our school isn't really popular. Only 10 people or so, myself included, actually use it. It's quiet and pretty devoid of people day or night. Clang! Clink, clink, clang. Like I said, pretty quiet. The sound of a hammer mixed with the distant birds singing reaches my ears. Hammering, huh? Clang, clink, clong. A half-rhythmical ringing comes from one corner of the courtyard. What is that? Homeroom begins in less than 10 minutes. I don't have time to stop and find out, but I am pretty curious. Right now, oh, okay, I get a choice. So I guess this is a good time to explain how I'll be approaching routes and choices in this game. So whatever I get the first run. So my first route, I'm just going to pick whatever I think is right in the moment. I'm not following a guide for the first route, so I don't know what first route I'll get. I don't know. For every route after that, I'll use a guide, just so I don't end up making mistakes. So, choice 1, there's only a few minutes until homeroom. I have to head there right away. Choice 2, I'm curious, so I'll go take a look. I think I'm curious. I'm curious about this hammering. It might not be a big deal, but it also could be a very big deal. Who knows? Let's go take a look. I hope we don't die, because then we gotta see Neko Arc. The source of the noise soon becomes apparent as I walk towards the courtyard. A female student is crouching in the middle of this tree-lined path, working with a hammer and nails. What is she doing? There are only a few minutes left until homeroom. Maybe she doesn't have a watch. At that moment, that's the best I can come up with. Still, to notice and then just ignore her would be somewhat cruel. I approach her unhurriedly, trying not to surprise her and speak. Oh, it's CL. Okay, I know you. Hey, homeroom is starting soon. Huh? The squatting girl raises her face. The ribbon on her uniform displays the color of a third year. The older student looks at me while holding her hammer. Neko Arc only shows up if you get trapped in a loop of death? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I thought it was just any bad ending. Neko Arc and Seal will show up to tell you how you fucked up. The older student, okay. The older student looks up at me while holding her hammer. Her gaze through those glasses is so direct I feel like I'm being pulled in. Her serious eyes makes me want to apologize for bothering her. The splint she was facing is rotten beyond use. Come to think of it, our school's rear courtyard is in a terrible state of disrepair. The splints are neglected and the flower beds untended. Apparently, the teachers intend for the students to conduct a big cleanup at the end of the year, so the maintenance men have done nothing since summer. That sounds really irresponsible and dangerous. Oh, is Seal gonna invite me to Bible camp? I hope not. I take in the situation with a single glance. The girl with the hammer is repairing the broken down splints, paying no mind to the fact that her tidy uniform is being dirtied. She has sweat on her brow, and it looks like she had been swinging her hammer in a most serious manner. We all love a hard-working woman. Generally like the new designs in New Suki, but I'll always wish for CL's big 90s glasses. I do. You know what? I agree with you. I like the old glasses more. They're cute. But as far as I know, there is nobody in charge of repairing public property at this school. What is it? The older student asked, adjusting her crooked glasses. It's nothing. I was just wondering what you were doing. As you can see, I'm in the middle of fixing the splints. Yeah, I can see that. That's not what I meant. I was wondering why you're doing something like this. Would I go to Bible camp if Kirei Kotomine was my teacher? I don't know. He seems kind of suspicious. He seems in the same brand of priestlyhood as Enrico Pucci is. I don't think he's trustworthy. I don't know how gay he is, though. Won't the maintenance people take care of it anyway? The older student laughs to hide her embarrassment. Oh, Yamu posting. I don't know if you just arrived, but I did just explain a minute ago. So, for my first route, I'm just gonna choose whatever choice seems most interesting to me at the time. So, first time through, whatever choices I'm interested in is what I'll pick. Other times through, I'll follow a route guide. So I'm not really doing a recommend order. I'm just going first time through, just going with what choices intrigue me the most. I'm the kind of person who can't stand seeing a mess like this. I just can't leave them alone. It seems as though she is repairing the splints because she just couldn't let them stay that way. Time to speedrun the secret true ending by accident. If that happens, it will be very funny, but it's probably unlikely. I haven't looked at a route guide, actually, though, for sake of not spoiling myself, so who knows how possible it is. What an odd senpai. That's why you're fixing it on your own? If you don't like the mess, why not just avoid coming here? Well, my classroom is over there. Senpai points at the second floor classroom facing the courtyard. My seat is next to the window, so it's easy for me to see the courtyard. Well, usually I just bear it, but when I took my seat today, I was surprised to see all the splints in this area were broken. Senpai's face clouded as if to say, isn't that terrible? Secret true ending Neko arc real? I knew it. Not just an urban legend. Apparently she's upset, although she doesn't look seriously angry. You know what they say, strike while the iron's hot and all. I borrowed the tools from the office and decided to fix them myself. And so, the explanation ends. Making a bow, Senpai returns to hammering the nails. You know what I bet that wood would also be good for? Vampire steaks. Tell me what you're doing with those, girl. Actually, I don't know if Tsukihime vampires work that way. I guess we'll find out. Alright, I understand all that, but how about we leave it here for now? Homeroom is in less than 5 minutes, and if it's this bad, won't the school get around to fixing it pretty soon? No way! Gripping her hammer, the senpai with glasses shakes her head furiously. I won't be able to concentrate with the garden like this, even if I go to class. It'll just sound like some nonsense to me, and then the teacher will say, hey you, what are you staring at? I'll get yelled at for sure. Senpai continues to grip the hammer while she emphasizes her point. Please do not hit me with a hammer, CL. Well, I suppose the teacher would be upset if he kept looking outside. He would, wouldn't he? That's why I have to do it now. With that, Senpai begins her repairs once again, clumsily hammering away. She's obviously not used to using a hammer. Clank, clank rings the hammer as it hits the wood. By the looks of it, there isn't just 1 or 2 broken splints. I can't begin to guess how long it will take her to repair all of them on her own. Oh, I was like, what is that? It's the school bell. The bell begins to ring. I thought I was getting some insane unheard of notification. Looks like the first period's starting. I give up. Considering things have gotten to this point, I sit down silently and begin to help repairing the splints. You're a nice guy, Shiki. Yeah, it's weird that CL can't fix this, but pulls out a giant pile bunker and knows how to use that. I don't know, I guess it's not the same. Once I began to help, I quickly realized mending them isn't that difficult after all. Although the older student is not used to making repairs, she is quite skillful anyway. She has already gotten the hang of it, and work is proceeding at a brisk pace. Senpai's movements are quick and sharp, and I enjoy watching her. She really is quite clever. Before I know it, there is only 1 splint left to repair. 30 minutes have passed. I can't stay here any longer, and only 1 more would be no problem for Senpai. Well, I'll be going. I stand up and dust off my pants. The student with the glasses also stands up and begins to stare at me. The INTJ stare. Well, oh wait. Question mark? Come to think of it, just who is she? I hadn't given it any thought because of what I was doing, but when I stopped to consider her, I realized she is quite beautiful. You say so. Someone this good looking would be known by every male student. I guess CL is pretty cute. I don't know. I don't know if it's like, oh, she's so beautiful, but she's cute. They'd be talking about a 3rd-year beauty. I have to go. Don't work too hard, senpai. This expression is nice, though. She gives an obedient nod. Even though she's older than me, it's almost like dealing with someone younger. Thank you for helping me. I'm glad you did. She makes a quick bow. This expression is also cute. I'll be sure to come say hello during lunch. Don't forget to wash your hands, Tono-kun. You too, senpai. With that, I wave my hand and leave. Wait. Huh? Have I met you before, senpai? Eh? Senpai cries out in surprise and mischievously puts on a depressed face. Tono-kun, you've forgotten about me? Hmm? Forgotten? No, I don't think so. If I had ever met a beautiful woman like her, there'd be no way I'd forget. She looks up at me reproachfully. Those eyes, I'm sure I remember from somewhere, don't I? Come to think of it, we had exchanged greetings once or twice before, hadn't we? CL-senpai, isn't it? Apprehensively, I suggest her name. Yes, and I'm glad you remember. You seem the type to space out and forget, Tono-kun. I don't think I space out, but there's nothing I can do about the fact that I forgot. What a dummy. I didn't expect Tono to be like this. I thought he would be more of a serious character. See you later, then. Sorry for keeping you. I mean, I'm sure he can get serious, but he's kind of a goofball right now. CL-senpai bows again. I watch her go, and then start to walk toward the school building. Transition. Good old classroom.png. When I reach my class, it's already the break after first period. I slip into the room while everyone's busy talking. My desk is the window seat in the very back row, so I can sneak there without drawing any attention. And when the attendance is taken in the second period, everyone will probably say, "Hey, when did Tono get here?" It's a strange quirk in an otherwise dull class. But I guess that plan won't work out this time. Oh god, who's this guy? What an absolutely terrible hairstyle. But I guess, yo, Truant boy. It's so totally unlike you to be late. I sigh. Feels like reality's being hammered back into me after the pleasant time I spent with Senpai. Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like Kuwabara. From Yu Yu Hakusho. What's with that sour face of yours? Being late when I'm actually on time. What do you think you're doing? When's this guy getting MLT? Look forward to DLC Pass 1. I'm sure he'll be a very cool character. Hey, listen, I'm not coming to school for your sake, you know? What? But I'm coming to school for your sake. That's so unfair. What did he mean by this? Words fail me. I wonder, like I have many times before, how I ended up knowing this guy. His hair dyed orange, his ears pierced, his vicious glare that screams he will pick a fight with anyone, anytime, and is wearing of rebellious clothes. Is this clothing rebellious? I guess it's just not the school uniform, so it's rebellious by nature, but it's just kind of like an unbuttoned long-sleeve shirt that is white and normal. Inui Arihiko is the only free-spirited outlaw in our university-oriented high school. I feel like there's gotta be plenty of Tsukihime cast members that aren't in Melty, like a bunch of weird side characters, but I guess we'll discover that, huh? We've been bitter enemies since middle school, right? If you make a carefree face like that in front of your rival, you'd better be prepared for trouble. In any case, Arihiko is a loud guy. Yo! Morning, Tono! Before I know it, everyone in class is looking my way and greeting me. Shut up, Arihiko. You're ruining my chance to slip into class unnoticed. And why am I your rival anyway? There are plenty of other tough guys around, so stop bothering me. Well, he still owes me close to 10... That's like $100. Yen from middle school, so I guess that does make him my enemy. That's a pretty good line, actually. Shut up. Why are you only mean to me, Tono? You're like a saint to everyone else. It's not fair. What, you just figured that out? Life's not fair. We love the banter. You really are only mean to me. I don't try to particularly hard to be cold to Arihiko. That's just the kind of relationship we have. By the way, Arihiko, what's a chronically late night owl who never shows up until second period doing here in homeroom? It's a little, no, it's very odd. But, I was thinking that too. I guess being at school on time isn't just for when I happen to wake up early. Well, I won't comment on your hobbies, but all I'm asking is why you woke up early. Why I woke up early? I guess it's because I can't stay out late since all that fuss started, so I actually go to sleep at night now. You've heard the stories about those serial killings, haven't you? No, I'm not lending you 10,000 yen. In fact, you should be giving me 10,000 yen. Hope this guy doesn't pull a Shinzu since he's the rival of Shiki. I don't think they're very serious about the rival thing. He seems like kind of a dork. Serial killings? I see. That does seem serious. Come to think of it, I did hear something like that. I feel a tinge of regret at needing Arihiko to remind me. For the past 2 or 3 days, I had been debating whether or not to return to the Tono household, so I completely lost touch with the news. What was that again? They've given it to some really nasty name, like the freakish serial killings or something. There's more to it. So far, all the victims have been young girls. The 8th victim was only 2 days ago. And to top it all off, they were all... Wait, what happened to them again? Akihiko tilts his head in contemplation. I'm an idiot for asking him. Don't expect anything from Akihiko. Yeah, I remember now. All the victims had cross-shaped slashes on their throats. That's not something to say while making that expression, Arihiko. No, Inoue-kun. Everyone who was killed lost a lot of blood. Oh yeah, that was it. They said it's some kind of modern-day vampire or something. Ha! Vampires. Who could imagine that? Huh. You sure know a lot about this, Yumizuka-san. Not really. It's happening in this town, so it's in the news. You'd remember it even if you didn't want to. I see. I thought it was happening in a neighboring town, but I guess it moved down here. Yes, it's the girl with the funny anti-air grab. Well, anyway, that's what happened. You and I wouldn't be going on the streets at night with a serial killer walking around. That's why I've been waking up at 7 lately. Wait, that's it? Having a good reason doesn't make a good story. Where's the fun in that? I sit down while dealing with Arihiko. Man, you're cold. What, did you collapse from anemia already this morning? I'm alright, thanks for asking. If I was anemic 24 hours a day, I'd be dead by now. Yeah, you're right. You say you're okay, then I guess you're okay. Again, the bell spooked me. So I guess Shiki's problem is that he's anemic. They said he had a weak body earlier, but I guess they put a name to it. This is already breaking conventions by just saying he's anemic and not it's just some anime wasting disease. The bell rings while we're talking. Hey, class is about to begin. Hurry up and get back to your seat. Yeah, alright. Oh, by the way, we'll have lunch today in the cafeteria instead of on the roof. I've invited a special guest, so look forward to it. Arihiko fades out. With a scheming laugh, Arihiko returns to his seat. See you later, Tono-kun. Yeah. Sorry for keeping you, Yamizuka-san. Her light footsteps tap across the floor as she returns to her desk. But it's still a mystery to me why she joined our conversation. She's just our classmate. Huh. Really makes you wonder. Shiki will just occasionally have anemia attacks. That's why he mentions having a headache or being tired so much and melting. That makes sense. That makes sense. The heroine with no root. I do remember people were very excited when it was announced. I guess her name is Yamizuka, would have a root in the later, I guess you could call it a sequel, part 2 of the remake. So that's what I heard. People were very excited about that. It's lunchtime. Now then, where should I eat lunch? Eat lunch in class, go eat in the cafeteria, or go out into the hallway to think about it. Well, I am curious about Arihiko's special guest. Did Seal say she wanted to eat in class? I don't think she said something like that. I wonder if I can choose again if I go out into the hallway. Forget it. Let's go out. Let's go eat Arihiko's special guest. Let's go meet them. The cafeteria is packed as usual. A long line of people waiting for their orders have developed. Casting a glance at the students holding their meal tickets, I sit down at Arihiko's table. So, Arihiko, who is this special guest? That's odd. We arranged to meet here in the cafeteria. Hold on, I'll go check things out. Arihiko runs off, leaving his curry udon. Chikara udon is my choice. I hope he returns before the noodles go stale. Alright, well, that was anticlimactic. It's no good. Looks like Senpai went somewhere. Huh? Your guest is a senpai? Yeah, she's a really cool girl. I've been hitting on her for the last few days, and I finally got her to agree to eat lunch together. Apparently, she has someone she wants to thank today, so she's running around school looking for whoever it is. Oh, what a wacky series of events. Huh. Seems like she's a busy person. Yeah. She's kind of like one of those penny racers. With a look of regret, Arihiko splits his chopsticks. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Anyhow, itadakimasu. Yeah, itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. We begin to slurp at our udon. That's how you know it's an old fan translation, minions, when they just slip in the itadakimasu. Not, let's eat, or enjoy the meal. Just what the heck are penny racers anyway? That was actually my question. I was wondering if it was just like a colloquialist time period thing. I'm expected to know, but apparently it's just Arihiko is an idiot. So what was the real reason? Huh? What do you mean? The reason you were early this morning. You aren't the sort of person who comes to school early just because he gets up early, Arihiko-kun. I question Arihiko as I sit next to him, eating my Chikara udon. Arihiko gives an uncommittal response as he slurps away at his soup. Are you going back to your real house today, Tono? Yeah, I am. Wait, have I told you about that already? Nah, I just heard it from the teacher. Arihiko continues to wolf down his curry udon without glancing in my direction. I could go... Now I want udon. You notice it with the it can't be helped. Wakata janai. Arihiko root when? That's the real question. I thought maybe Tono will get really depressed, so I decided to check it out. I see. And your verdict? Pretty disappointing. It wasn't worth getting up early for. When will Nasu give us the bi-protagonist we need? Hard to say. You really have too much time on your hands, Arihiko, I conclude, as I bite into the white rice cake in my Chikara udon. That's the kind of person Arihiko is. Today is the day I return to the house of my real family, returning from the home of the adopted family who raised me. Arihiko must have heard about it somewhere and came to school early because he was worried about me. Arihiko, I think your appearance does you a disservice. You're really sentimental underneath. Heh, if it's the always melancholy Tono telling me that, then maybe I'm the real thing. Arihiko slurps noisily at his noodles. Slurp. So, man, what's really going on? What do you mean? You've been living with the Arimas since primary school, right? It's been 8 years already. Your dad has basically disinherited you. Why is he suddenly calling you back now? He didn't disinherit me. He just kicked me out of the house somehow. Tono-kun, if there was ever a family that kicked their kid out of their house somehow, that's not a tragedy, it's a comedy. But it's so boring, it's not even funny. What did he mean by this? Arihiko spreads his arms and shrugs. Refusing to be serious ever is one of the Arihiko's easy-to-understand traits. Yeah, I guess you're right. You get kicked out of the house, laughing is all you really can do. And then he said some cliche line like, never step foot in this house again, or something, right? That's what people would call it disinheritance. Come to think of it, I've never heard of why you were disinherited. Who knows? That's something I'd like to know, too. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Grabbing his bowl with both hands, Arihiko drains what is left of his hot curry soup. Lunchtime is short. Following Arihiko, I decide to quickly finish my Chikara udon. One of those 30-minute school lunches, I bet. The last class of the day ends. I don't feel like going to the mansion right away, so I just blankly stare out of the window overlooking the school grounds. The classroom is dyed orange by the sunset. It's like red watercolor paint, and it hurts my eyes. I don't like red. Feels like it soaks deep into the back of my eyes, and I want to throw up. I wonder why. I wonder why you feel that way when you see red, Shiki. I just don't know. Natsu wrote a BL gang concept as a gag for April Fools, but he got a little too into it. I don't know. Don't Nasu and Takeuchi like live together in a very heterosexual manner, right? That's what I heard. It seems I am weak against things that resemble blood. No, I should say I am weak against blood itself. 8 years ago, I had a near-death experience. I was in an accident where I was injured in the chest, and I teetered between life and death for days. I should have died instantly, but miraculously I survived. Maybe it's because of the great medical treatment. However, the injuries were so severe that I don't even remember the accident. Curious. 8 years ago, when I was a child, I felt a thud pass right through the middle of my chest. Then I passed out. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. All I could remember afterwards was the pain and the cold. I don't remember much of the accident, but even today the scar on my chest remains. I guess numerous fragments of glass pierced my chest, leaving burn-like scars there and in my back. Actually, I was quite surprised at being saved. Ever since then, I frequently collapsed from an amoeba-like dizziness and caused a lot of trouble for others. Maybe that's why my old man believed I was unfit to be heir to the Tono household and entrusted me to our relatives. Glass doesn't make a thud noise? Yeah, I don't know. Weird sound effect choice. The wound on my chest, huh? The huge scar in the middle of my chest, hidden from view by my uniform. Now that I think about it, after that accident was when I started to see these lines. I'm able to forget about them, thanks to the glasses that Sensei gave me. But I think I would have completely gone mad if I had never met her. Keiko-san, the person who met my mother up until now, said when I left that the Tono household wasn't normal. No problem. I'm not a normal person myself. The Joker potential is already here. Adjusting my crooked glasses, I pick up my bag. It would suck if he dropped his glasses and they broke. I feel like because Aoko made them, they're probably made of tougher stuff than that. But you know, who knows? I can't stay in the classroom forever. Now then, let's, choice 1, get a hold of myself and head back to the mansion. Or choice 2, stay in school for a little longer. Seal might be here if we stay in school for a little longer, but I am curious about his family. I am curious about the mansion. I kind of want to go there right away. I think that's what we'll do. I walk along a different path than the one I usually take. Passing through unfamiliar streets, I slowly approach the Tono mansion. The surroundings are not completely unfamiliar. After all, I had lived here until I was 9 years old, 8 years ago. This is not the first time I have taken this path back to the mansion. My feelings are a little complex. The path home is nostalgic, yet fresh. Up until just now, I had not looked forward to returning to the Tono household. Now, it doesn't seem so bad. Train. The house I lived in until I was 9 years old. Right now, my sister Akiha is in that utterly un-Japanese Western-style mansion. Tono Makihisa, sorry, my old man who hated me, and the master of the Tono household died a few days ago. My mother died from illness after Akiha was born, so the Tonos had dwindled down to me and my sister. I didn't realize his dad was dead. I guess he didn't reveal that up until now. Yeah, I know. Listen, you're gonna see a lot of backgrounds that are just a photo with a filter over them. Being the eldest son, you would think that I would stand to become the Tono heir, but I have no such privilege. To become the Tono, their heir means being bound by a strict upbringing. I have lost count of the number of times my father scolded me over my dislike of not being able to live freely. That was when I got involved in that accident, and my body became weakened. My father saw it as a good opportunity to get rid of me. His reasoning was something along the lines of, someone who could die any moment can't become the heir, even if he is the eldest son. Sadly for my father, I betrayed his expectations by making a recovery, but my sister Akiha was already doomed to be the heir to the Tono household. When will the funny maids do plan Okis on Shiki? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want to meet the Broomfies. And so I've heard that Akiha, who is already being raised harshly in order to become a proper daughter of the Tono household, received an even harsher upbringing since then. That was a long time ago. I played together with Akiha in the mansion back before the accident. Yeah, I literally told his dad I lived, bitch. In fact, he outlived his dad. Pretty big power move on Shiki's part. After that, I never saw her again. Apparently, Akiha tried to visit me a few times, even when I was entrusted to the Arimas. Unfortunately, we were never able to meet because I had to go to the hospital every day. We completely lost contact after Akiha went to a boarding school. Unlike Akiha, I am isolated from the main family. That's why I can live freely like this. My high school is just an average high school, and our chance of contact was pretty much zero. My old man died, and I received word telling me to come back. To be blunt, I had no intention whatsoever of returning to the Tono house, but Akiha is at that house. Tiny. When we were children, Akiha was an obedient child, always looking frightened, as if she were constantly enduring something. She would always follow close behind, her footsteps pattering behind me. She was frail, and her long black hair and fancy Western clothes made her resemble a French doll. I am worried about her living all alone in that big mansion with the old man gone. But more than anything, I feel guilty. After pushing all the Tono family responsibilities on her and selfishly living a free life by myself. I don't know, I feel like that's not really your fault, Shiki. Dad kicked you out. Excuse me. It's a good thing I'm stocked up on water for this stream. I have a lot of drink. Perhaps my acceptance to return to the mansion is like my apology to Akiha. The Tono mansion is unnecessarily big. Surrounded by iron railings, you could say that the entire lot is abnormally expansive, being so large that a whole elementary school could fit inside. The garden, surrounded by trees, is more like a forest. The mansion is at the heart of the forest, and there are a few other buildings separated from it. I don't think anything of it when I was a child, but now that I have lived in an ordinary household for 8 years, the excessive size feels almost criminal. I agree, Shiki, down with the rich. The gates aren't locked. I push them open and head towards the mansion doors. They tower oppressively, bearing down on any visitors. Besides the iron double doors is an unmatching doorbell. Alright. Shaking off my nervousness, I press it. There isn't any affectionate ding-dong chime from the doorbell. The oppressive silence continues for a few seconds. Then, the sound of pattering footsteps behind the door indicates someone's presence. We have been waiting for you. The door opens with a creak. Inside lay the lobby I remembered, and a young girl in an apron. Thank goodness, Broomfee! You're so late, I was beginning to worry that you had gotten lost. I was thinking about going out to meet you if you hadn't arrived by sunset. It's time for Kohaku Gaming, that's right. The girl in the anachronistic apron smiles warmly. No, that's, I'm so taken aback by her outdated mode of dress that I can't even form a proper sentence. Perhaps attributing my hesitance to distrust, the girl tilts her head a little. You're Shiki-sama, aren't you? Yeah, but you don't have to call me Sama. Actually, you do. You have to call me Sama. I don't care about Shiki. You are, right? Oh, please don't scare me like that. I was beginning to think I had made another mistake back there. The girl's mannerisms are like those of a mother scolding her child. But in spite of that, there's a smile on her face, and it doesn't break the warm feeling about her. They are in the multi-blood stage. Thank you for pointing that out, Zipper Hands. It's got the staircase and everything. She wears an apron over a kimono. She comes out to greet guests and addresses someone like me with Sama. This must mean that she's... Are you one of the maids here by any chance? The girl answers my question with nothing but a smile. Come, you must be tired. Please, do come in. Akiha-sama is waiting for you in the sitting room. Woo. The girl quickly crosses the lobby and heads towards the sitting room. Do jump charge C? Got it. Turning back as if she just remembered something, she makes a bow, a full smile on her face. Welcome home, Shiki-sama. Her greeting is accompanied by her flower-like smile. I can't think of any reply, so I just follow her hesitantly. Hesitatingly? I'm not sure about that, if that word. I think hesitantly is what you want there. I like that the maids are named after their eye color. That is cute. Guided by the girl, I head to the sitting room. It's as if I'm seeing it for the first time. I don't know if I've forgotten about it in the last 8 years or if they had it refurbished since then. Either way, it feels like someone else's house now, and it's unsettling. Excuse me. As I'm looking around the sitting room, the maid in the apron lowers her head in a quick bow. I brought Shiki-sama with me. Well done. You may return to the kitchen, Kohaku. Thank you. It seems that maid's name is Kohaku. Kohaku-san gives a small bow as if to say farewell, and leaves the sitting room. This leaves me, and 2 girls I don't recognize. Don't recognize your own sister, Shiki? It's been a long time, Nissan, says the girl with the black hair and sharp eyes. All my thought processes stop at once. My mind goes blank, and I can't think of any words of greeting. All I can do is nod with a, yeah. Yeah. I don't think it can be helped. At least they're varying up their syntax. It can't be helped. I don't think it can be helped. Maybe it can't be helped. This Akiha that I had not seen in 8 years is not the Akiha I remember. She's completely transformed into a proper young lady of a noble family. Nissan? The black-haired girl tilts her head slightly. Pathetically, all I can say are dumb-sounding things. My mind is turning in somersaults as I try to recognize the girl before me as Akiha, but it seems like Akiha already recognizes me as her brother. You do not look well. Would you like to rest before we talk? Akiha throws a sharp glance in my direction. Is it just my imagination that she looks like she's in a bad mood? She does look kind of grumpy in that sprite. She does have a bit of a neck going on. Please, she's very sensitive about it, minions. No, I'm alright. I was just surprised at how much you've changed, Akiha. People do change over the course of 8 years, Nissan. We are at an age of change, or did you think we would remain as we were forever? What is this? I can feel the thorns in Akiha's words. No, you definitely changed, Akiha. You become more beautiful than before. That's... Please, please, please don't start this already. Please. That isn't flattery. It's how I really feel. And, indeed, but you, on the other hand, have not changed much at all. Akiha answers coldly, her eyes closed. Well, I came prepared for something like this. It is as I had thought. It seems Akiha does not think well of me. Excuse me. Sorry. You know how story time makes everybody feel a little bit sleepy. If you are feeling well, let us finish our conversation. You have yet to hear the details about why you were called back here, Nissan. I've heard nothing more than a sudden comeback to the mansion, though I found out the old man passed away in the papers. The head of a major company dies, it definitely makes it in the financial papers. Word of Tono Makihisa's death reached his son, Tono Shiki, via the newspaper after the funeral. Even though his relatives hadn't told him, this disinherited son could pick up news of his father's death merely by buying a 100-yen newspaper. It's weird how it kind of switched narration styles there, but I guess it was Shiki thinking that to himself? It might be cynical of me to say so, but the world has certainly become a convenient place. I am sorry. It was my fault that you did not get the news about Father. Akiya quietly lowers her head. It's alright. Either way, it's not like we would come back from the dead if I went. It's not something you should be worried about. I am sorry. It is somewhat comforting to hear you say that. Akiya's face is serious, but this is not a topic I care much about. A funeral is a ceremony for those who cannot let go of their feelings for the deceased to achieve such detachment. With someone like me, who cut off such feelings a long time ago, there is no need. Very enlightened, Shiki. Please, tell me about your Reddit karma next. Calling you back here was my idea. How would it be odd for the eldest son of the Tonos to be entrusted to the Arimas forever? Now that Father has passed away, the only Tonos by blood are you and I, Nissan. I don't know what Father was thinking when he entrusted you to the Arimas, but he's no longer with us. There's no longer any need for you to live with them. That is why I had you come back here. That's all well and good, but I'm quite surprised you were able to get our relatives to agree to this. Wasn't it they who came up with the idea of leaving me with the Arimas in the first place? That may be so, but now I am the head of the Tono family. I declined every one of the proposals from our relatives. I would like you to continue living here, Nissan. This is a place with rules. You will avoid living the overly casual lifestyle you've been leading up until now. Huh. I'm afraid that isn't gonna happen, Akiya. There's no way I can go back to being some well-mannered gentleman now. Not that I want to. Akiya, what power do you have to enforce these rules? I could throw you like a football. I will not ask more of you, but do try to. Or are you saying that you are unable to do what I already have? Akiya shoots me a cold look. Feels like she's hitting me with her grudge against me for leaving her for here for the last 8 years. Alright, I get it. I'll try my best. Akiya just stares at me as if she doesn't quite believe me. You do not need to try as long as you get the results. Her pose is dignified, her words merciless. Let's get back to the topic. Alright now, you and I are the only ones living here. I do not care for having too many people around, so I cleared everyone out. Eh? Hold on a second, Akiya. You cleared everyone out? You wouldn't want to run into one of our relatives in the mansion, would you, Nissan? I have put off most of the servants, but there are enough for you and I, so there are no problems. Wait, no problems? You're going to get attacked at our family meeting if you do something like that. Oh, please, be quiet. Rather than have the mansion overflowing with people, wouldn't you feel more relaxed with just the two of us here? Ugh. Well, it's true that I would feel relaxed, but you've only just become head of the family, Akiya. If you go around abusing your powers like some kind of dictator, our relatives are not going to keep quiet. Even the old man didn't go against their opinions. Yeah, this feels a little weird, Akiya. You fired everyone except for 2 maids just so we could live alone together. It's kind of weird. And also you kicked out the rest of our family members. Sip. Indeed. That's why Father entrusted you to the Arimas. I, on the other hand, have despised them ever since I was a child. I am not going to put up with their whining any longer. Not going to put up with... Look, Akiya. Enough. Just listen. You don't have to worry about me. Please, just worry about your own life from now on, Nissan. I can see it's going to be difficult for you in many ways. Akiya says sullenly, looking away a little. Now then, if there's anything you don't understand, ask her, Hisui. Hello. She looks at the girl standing by her side. The girl called Hisui bows expressionlessly, like some sort of robot. This is Hisui. She will be your personal maid from now on. Is that acceptable? Eh? Hold on. Personal maid? You mean... In other words, she's your servant. Aki declares as if it were obvious. I can't believe it. Fitting with the Western style of the house, the girl in the maid outfit stands there as if it is natural to do so. Hold on. I am not a kid, you know. I don't need a servant. I can take care of myself. Will that include the cooking and the laundry? Aki is pretty sharp at pointing these things out. Shiki didn't learn to make any food in this entire time he was living with a normal family. At any rate, now that you've returned to this house, you will obey my directions. I don't know how you lived at the Arima house, but you're living at the Tono house now. Please accept everything given to you. I can't say anything, and my eyes drift. Okay, that's a bit of a weird error. And my eyes drift towards Hisui. As expected, she simply looks back at me, expressionlessly, like a doll. Well then, Hisui, please show Nisan to his room. Yes, my lady. Hisui approaches me with a shadow-like lack of presence. I will guide you to your room, Shiki-sama. Hisui heads towards the lobby. Sighing, I head off towards the lobby as well. Yeah, Shiro was able to cook. I know about that that Switch game. The cooking game. We enter the lobby. This mansion is split into east and west wings, with the lobby in the middle. Like Resident Evil. This lobby is like the body of a bird whose wings are the hulls extending diagonally to the east and west. Each wing is about the size of a small hospital. I remember the house is constructed symmetrically, so both the east and west wings have the same floor plan. Oh, that's just like an asylum. Your room is this way, Shiki-sama. Hisui climbs up a flight of stairs. It seems like my room is on the second floor. Come to think of it, the servant's room should be on the first floor of the west wing, so that's probably where Hisui and Kohaku's rooms are. Outside, the sun has already set. The girl in the maid uniform walks down the long, dimly lit hallway without a word. It kind of feels like Wonderland. Without thinking, I let my thoughts slip out. Did you say something, Shiki-sama? Hisui stops and looks back at me. No, I'm just talking to myself. Don't worry about it. After staring at me, Hisui bows and starts walking again. I guess this is what they call being at a loss for words. The room Hisui led me to is not one made for a mere high school student to live in. Is this my room? Yes. If you are displeased with it, I can arrange a different one for you. No, there's no way I can be displeased with it. It's just a little, no, really too fancy for me. Shiki-sama, it's fine. I'll gladly use this room. Yes, this room has not been touched since 8 years ago, so I do not believe you will find anything unsatisfactory with it. There's something a little odd about the way Hisui said that. It's as if she was implying this was once my room. Hey, is this by any chance my old room? This is what I have been told. Am I mistaken? Hisui inclines her head to the side slightly. I feel relieved. Seems this girl can express emotions after all. Well, it might be now that you mention it. I do remember it faintly, so it must be so. I can't feel any sense of familiarity about this place at all, but I guess that's what it's like after you leave a place for 8 years. I can't get settled here, though. I was living in a 6.5 mat-sized room until this morning. It's like I'm staying in some high-class hotel. I understand how you feel, but please try to get used to it. From today onwards, you are the eldest son of the Tono house, Shiki-sama. You're right. I've got to do my best so I at least look like it on the outside. With a thump, I dropped my bag on the table and stretched my back. No ladle yet. I'm sure we might see a ladle at some point. I've been feeling a little stressed out with everything that's happened so far, but I guess I've got no choice but to adjust from today onwards. Shiki-sama, all of your luggage has been brought here. Is there anything more that you require? No, not really. Why do you ask? There was very little delivered. If there's anything I need, you can have it prepared, so please do not hesitate to ask. I see. No, I don't need anything more right now. I didn't have much luggage to begin with. Ugh, sorry, minions. I'm yawning a lot. A little bit sleepy. My luggage is just this bag, these glasses, and the textbooks in my bag, and that white ribbon with an unidentified owner. That's all. Anyways, you don't have to worry about the luggage. This fancy room is more than enough for me. I understand. Well then, I shall come to call you in an hour's time. An hour? Dinner, you mean? Yes. Please relax until then. As expected, Hisui says everything with an expressionless face. But even if she tells me to relax, just how am I supposed to do that here? When are we gonna see Hisui just do her last arc on Shiki? It's possible, anything can happen. The clock says it's 6 o'clock. Usually I'd be watching TV in the city room around this time, but I'm having a serious doubt as to whether there's any such thing in this mansion. Hisui, I know it's kind of a trivial thing to ask about, but is there a television in this mansion? A television? Hisui's eyes narrow slightly. I know I'm the one who asked, but it really is a stupid question. I feel there's something wrong with asking about the presence of a TV in a luxurious mansion like this. Hisui makes a rare, troubled face and stares off into space. That rhymed. There is no television in the sitting room. Some of the visitors did make use of one, but when they departed, they packed it up with their luggage and took it back with them. So I do not believe there are any remaining. Oof, sorry. Visitors? Like who? For how long? Relatives. The eldest son of Kugamine-sama from a branch of the family, Tozaki-sama's third daughter and her fiancé, and Kashima-sama's eldest son came to stay for close to 3 years. 3 years, huh? Hisui, that's what you'd call freeloaders, not visitors. Hisui does not reply. No matter what kind of people those freeloaders were, it seems that servants can't say anything bad about them. Well, at any rate, it seems like those relatives had brought... Ugh. Oh my gosh. And taken back their own luggage with them. My old man hated the products of modern culture, thinking them all vulgar. There was no way he would ever watch TV. Akia, who had been educated by him for the last 8 years, would probably be the same. Well, it's not like I'll die without one. Hisui is silent. Like a perfect example for servants, Hisui says nothing unless she is being asked a direct question. That is, of course, kind of depressing for me. I want to make that expressionless face break into a smile somehow, but that seems impossible with just any old half-hearted effort. Oh, there was a library on the first floor of the West Wing, wasn't there? Maybe I'll go find something to read then when I have some free times. Hisui does not reply. She just stands there in the doorway. I can't even tell where she's looking. Hisui? Hisui doesn't say a word. Suddenly, she looks straight at me. That's weird. I believe this is one in Nasan's room. Huh? I have no idea what she's talking about. There's one of what? A television. I remember seeing one in Nasan's room. Hisui says, as if remembering something from many years ago. Hold on. Nasan? Don't tell me you're talking about Kohaku-san. Yes. Right now, the only people working at this mansion are Nasan and I. Now that she mentions it, they do look alike. I just couldn't connect them as sisters because Kohaku is always smiling so warmly, and Hisui is always expressionless. I see. Kohaku-san does look like the type of person who'd watch those variety shows. But I balk at going to Kohaku-san's room to tell her, "Let me watch your TV." Sorry, just forget I ever asked. After all, I'll be living here from now on, so I've got to follow the rules of the mansion. God knows what sort of cynical comment I'd be in here for... God knows what sort of cynical comment I'd be in for from Akiya if I started watching television. It seems I'll be leading a scholarly student life fit for a member of the Tono family from here on out. Alright, I'll be in my room until dinner, so just come and tell me when it's time. You've got other things to do, don't you, Hisui? Hisui nods in an assent, and then she turns around to the battle. Then she turns around. Sorry! Silently opening the door, she leaves the room. No, I think Shiki's a little too nerdy to drop out. Even though I guess he could just, live in this mansion forever. He doesn't seem like the type, though. Aki is one of those parents from the 90s that thought Pokemon was teaching their kids devil worshipping. Maybe. Dinner takes place with Akiya and I being face to face. I guess it's natural here, as Hisui and Kohaku-san do not eat with us. I standing behind us to tend to our needs. I thought it would be natural if all four of us ate together, so you could say I am caught off guard by this inexplicably dense dinner. I should mention at this point that I've totally forgotten anything related to table manners by now. Well, I do remember little pieces, so it's not like I'm a complete amateur, but humans tend to pack away unused memories into the corners of their minds. Just don't put your elbows on the table. Aki is the kid who tattled on you for bringing a Game Boy Advance to recess. Yeah, that's true. The tension was actually quite thrilling, with every one of my movements causing Akiya to raise an eyebrow. When I think about how I'll have to go through this every day, though, it's really depressing. Finishing dinner, I returned to my room. It's still only just past 8 at night. It's too early to sleep, so what should I do? Go to the sitting room and talk with Akiya? Stay in my own room? Oh, I want to go watch TV with Kohaku. Let's go. Let's hang out with the Broomfies. Let's see. Kohaku's room is here, isn't it? Knock, knock. I knock on her door. Kohaku-san, are you there? Yes, please hold on for a minute. I can hear her cheerful voice from inside the room. I wait for about 3 minutes. Kohaku-san opens the door and pokes her head out. Oh, it's you, Shiki-sama. What are you doing here at this time? Well, I was wondering if you'd let me watch your TV. Eh? Kohaku-san gives me a bewildered look. Well, there's no TV in this house, is there? I've been living in a normal house up until now, so it's become a daily routine for me to watch TV after dinner. I guess I can't calm down without watching it or something like that, so... The more I say it, the more I realize I'm doing something stupid. There's something not right about barging into a lady's room demanding to watch her TV. I guess that is a little bit weird, champ. Look, even Kohaku-san is just standing there looking bewildered. Wait, no she's not. Haha, I guess you're right. You've been living at the Arima household up until yesterday, after all. You must think this mansion to be kind of depressing after moving here all of a sudden. Kohaku-san gives a cheerful laugh. Let's see. Have you talked to Akiya-sama and Hisui-chan about this yet? You meant about coming to your room, Kohaku-san? Kohaku-san nods. No, I haven't talked to anyone about it yet. What about it? No, it's nothing. It's just that I would have to turn you away if you had already talked to them about it. Smiling while she speaks, Kohaku-san looks up and down the hallway. Luckily for us, there isn't anyone else around. Ooh, what a troublemaker that Kohaku. Please hurry up and come in. It'll be troublesome if we're caught. Please, just sit anywhere. I'll go make some tea. Coughing to clear my throat, I take a seat. There are all sorts of little things in Kohaku-san's room. It might be thought of as a bit messy for a girl's room. There aren't really many things you could call cute, and what she really does have is a lot of things that don't look very useful. Rather, it has an atmosphere of a room belonging to an orderly, scholarly person. Buried in the miscellaneous objects, I find the TV. On top of the table is the remote. Maybe Kohaku-san has been watching the TV until just now. Thanks for waiting. Tea is fine for you, isn't it, Shiki-sama? Thank you. Please don't mind me too much. Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry I can't do much to treat you. Kohaku-san says so, smiling warmly. So, the TV. What do you watch it around this time, Shiki-sama? I don't have any set programs in particular, but the news is a pretty basic one. I like to hear new trends, and I like snob stories. Sob? Or snob? I've never heard of a snob story. Is that so? You seem like a very laid-back person, so I thought you'd be reading after dinner or something. No, I don't have such refined interests. I don't consider myself laid back either, but maybe that's the impression I give with my glasses. Ah, you wear glasses, Shiki-sama. Akiya-sama didn't say anything about that at all, so I was quite surprised when I saw you at the door. I see. I haven't met Akiya since I started wearing these glasses. These glasses are just for show. I guess you could say my eyes are bad, but I think my vision is better than that of most people. It's not because I studied too much and went nearsighted or anything. Ah, crap. I had an intellectual image, but did I disappoint you? Shiki's like, hey, I've got special magic eyes. Is that impressive? Not at all. I enjoy watching TV more than reading, too. I'm glad that you're an energetic person, just like I thought you were. Yeah, thanks. I'm a little embarrassed. Faced directly with Kohaku-san's carefree smile, I can't help but feel a little nervous. Kohaku got the OLED? Of course, it's for optimal Kohaku gaming. I'm sorry. You came to watch the news, didn't you? Kohaku-san switches the TV on. It's already 9 o'clock. The news, as it usually does, reports the day's events with a little exaggeration. Oh dear. Looks like there's been another one of those serial murders. Kohaku-san says to herself while sitting next to me, sounding not the least bit concerned. The news is running a special feature on the serial killings. Serial murders, which began in the neighboring town, are now beginning to be concentrated within this town. Wow, there's so many they can get track of that specifically, huh? That's a big problem. It's a pretty simple story. Late at night, he attacks young girls indiscriminately, and in the end, he drains their blood. It seems like last night's victim is the 9th one so far. I wonder what the police are doing about it. Who knows? It would seem pretty easy to catch a murderer who comes out at night, but maybe he's really careful so they can't trace him. You could be right. The clues about murderers build up as they kill more people, so if they haven't caught him even after 9 murders, he must be really carefully prepared for the killings. A careful killer, huh? But aren't these killings spontaneous crimes? It's quite strange to think of them as being carefully prepared. You're right. If there's no evidence left at all, then maybe he's not a random killer at all. Yeah, this is I don't know which antagonist is. I know Tsukihime has a couple antagonists. But yeah, I'm sure these killings won't intersect with the main plot at all. Since the remake takes place in 2014, do you think Kohaku owns a Vita in the remake timeline? I hope so. She seems like someone who would like the Vita. I can only think that he's got it all planned out from the start for execution. Ah, I see. Well, then what would that be the point of killing those 9 girls? Are they friends of his? Acquaintances? Probably not. If there were connections like that, then I think the police would have really realized it by now. In the end, I suppose that it's an incomprehensible case without motive or connections. Kohaku-san says all of this disturbing stuff with a smile. I like her the most so far. Seems like she's not really worried about this case. She was the kind of girl that would have a modded Vita to emulate all her favorite games. I think that is in character, yes. True crime podcasters, Shiki and Kohaku. Kohaku definitely listens to True Crime podcasts. She loves this stuff. These murders are happening right here in this town, Kohaku-san. You're a young girl and all, so aren't you even a little scared? I'll be fine, since the killer only appears late at night. If I don't go out at night, I won't run into him. Kohaku-san really is a clear thinker. It is perhaps a bit of a raw explanation, but I suppose that's how a mere news story should be treated. Raw. Sorry for intruding on you. I'll be counting on you again the next time I feel like watching TV. Sure, I'll be waiting. Kohaku-san looks up and down the hallway. I'd like to escort you back to your room, but Hisui-chan is waiting there, so I'll have to say goodbye here. Okay, good night. Woo. Fades out. I had no idea bedtime at the mansion was at 10. Kohaku Gaming Podcast. Wake up, gamers, you're in the big maid dimension. Apparently there's some kind of unwritten rule here that one is not to be out of their room after 10. It's still so formal here, even with the old man gone. Well, I guess it's only natural. I'm also getting tired from my unfamiliarity with this mansion, so I obediently returned to my room. Ah, when I return to my room, my bed has been made. Did Hisui do it while I was away? I'm glad she did, but it's really more than I deserve. I scratched my cheek. Then, are you there, Shiki-sama? I can hear Hisui's voice along with a knock at the door. Yeah, I'm here. Come in. Excuse me. Remake Kohaku with Deathstream Tag 2. Featuring Kohaku and Hisui video games. Shiki, excellent. And Mr. Michael. So it's Neko Arc, and she's wearing a Bane mask. Good evening. Thanks for making my bed, Hisui. Hisui quietly nods in acceptance. Ugh. Just as I thought, I'm not used to this. Is there anything else you want to tell me? No, nothing from me, but Akiha-sama has instructed me to answer any questions you may have. I see. There are many things I want to ask, but I'll probably get to know them as I continue to live here. Yeah. What I want to know right now before I sleep is it true that the curfew here is 7? Yes. The main gate is locked at 7, and all the entrances to the mansion are to be locked at 8. It is also a rule that one must try not to go walking around in the mansion after 10. I'm sure there's no ulterior motive for this. Not even walking around in the mansion? Well, I've got no complaint with that, but isn't that kind of harsh? Aki and I aren't children, so I don't think you have to go that far. Indeed. It is a rule, however, so please abide by it. You are aware of the recent disturbances at night, are you not, Shiki-sama? Yeah, that vampire thing Arihiko was talking about. Well, as long as something like that is happening, I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. What else? Oh, do you mind if I ask an off-topic question? Yes, what is it? I'd like to know what kind of work you and Kohaku-san do around here. I'm here to serve Shiki-sama's needs and my sister Kohaku to serve Lady Akiha-sama. In our spare time, we do the maintenance chores around the mansion. Is there anything else you would like to know? To serve? So that's what it is after all. My shoulders suddenly feel heavier. It seemed completely natural to Akiha when she said it, but I'm nothing more than a normal high school student. I have no interest in having a girl around my age serving me, at least not for now. Shiki, come on, dude. What? Please don't say things like that. By serving me, you mean you're a personal servant? Yes. Please do not hesitate to ask anything of me. Well, I get it. Which Tsukihime character would be a big fan of Uchikoshi? Definitely Kohaku. She loves that crackhead shit, I think. She would love Virtue's Last Reward. Well, I get it. Going by how Akiha was talking about you, it doesn't seem like I can dismiss you, so I'll just obediently let you serve me. God, KZ Tono just makes me think Mystic Eyes of Kino Perception. Is there anything in particular you would like? Yeah, we haven't met Arkwood yet. I wonder if I just made a choice that led me to not meeting her right away. Nothing in particular, but could you stop calling me Shiki-sama? To be honest, I get chills down my back whenever I hear it. But Shiki-sama, you are my master. That's what I'm saying I hate. I've been living a normal life until yesterday. I have no desire to start living a life where a girl at my age addresses me with Shama. I see. Hisui's response was less than enthusiastic. Just call me Shiki, and in exchange, I'll call you Hisui. Let's do away with the formalities and be more casual with each other. Still expressionless, Hisui lowers her eyebrows as if she's being troubled. But you are my employer. It's not like I'm hiring you. You're the one doing the things I can't, so you're the great one. I see. Hisui gives another unenthusiastic reply. It looks like I won't be able to talk to her into it in just one day. Anyhow, that's how it is. Don't be so formal towards me. I'll be grateful if you tell that to your sister Kohaku-san, too. Very well, as you say, Shiki-sama. Habits die hard. Expressionless, Hisui bows her head. She completely failed to understand. I will be leaving now. Please, rest now for tonight. That was kind of awkward phrasing. Bowing, Hisui puts her hand on the doorknob. Oh, I forgot to ask something. Hold on for a second. Running toward the door, I put my hand on Hisui's shoulder before she leaves. In an instant, Hisui's arm pushes away with my arm with incredible momentum. Ooh. With a whack, she slaps my hand away and leaps back. Eh? It's so sudden that it's the only thing I can say. Oh, I can't do far side and I gotta do one near side first? Okay, well, I mean, I'll just go along. Like I said, first route, whatever you want to call it, first route, I'm just picking the choices that intrigue me most. Afterwards, I'll look up a guide for all the other routes. So don't worry too much about me missing anything. It's so sudden, that's the only thing I can say. Hisui is expressionless, but she glares at me fiercely. Did I just do something wrong? I am very sorry. She sounds very nervous. I am not used to being touched. Please forgive me. Hisui's shoulders are faintly trembling. I feel like I just did something really terrible. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize without thinking. I don't understand why, myself. I just feel sorry for Hisui, and I lower my head. Hisui says nothing. I get the feeling her stare is calm again. You have nothing to apologize for, Shiki-sama. I'm the one to blame. No, well, maybe, but I scratch my head. Hisui stares at me, pausing only to blink for a second. What was it you wanted to ask me, Shiki-sama? That's right. I stopped her because I wanted to ask her something. Oh, I wanted to ask about Akiya. Doesn't she go to a boarding school? That was only during middle school, Shiki-sama. From this year onwards, Akiya-sama has special permission to attend school from home. Homeschooled, huh? You mean she goes to school from here? Yes, but it is uncommon for her to come home before dusk like today. Akiya-sama has practice up until dinner, so she is always home before 7. Practice? Practice what? Today is Thursday, so she would have had violin practice. Eh? Usually, she is able to return before dinner on weekdays, so if you have anything to say to Akiya-sama, please let Nei-san know after dinner. Hisui bows to say goodbye and leaves the room. Violin practice? What on earth is that? She's not some upper-class lady or anything, so why would she have to do something as bothersome? Oh wait, she is an upper-class lady. Yes, come to think of it, my sister, Tono Akiya, is a natural-born upper-class lady. In my memories, she was always the obedient, ever-uneasy sister who would always follow me around. As a child, Akiya was always quiet, never having even the courage to express her own desires. She was a frail girl who would always live in the fear of scolding from our father. Yeah, people really do change after 8 years. After 8 years, I've become the me I am now. Akiya has become the Akiya of right now, too. 8 years is a long time. It's half of our lives up until now. I was absent from this mansion during that vital period where a child becomes an adult. I'm sorry, Akiya. I think things would have been better if I had been with her during those 8 years. I unconsciously mumble an apology. Left by myself, I lie on my bed. This house from 8 years ago, my blood relative from 8 years ago, feels a little like they belong to someone else. I wonder what's going to happen to me now. Grumbling to no one in particular, I fall asleep. Good night, Shiki. I thought that was Shiki's sleeping noise for a second and it was really weird. But it's just a dog noise. Awoo! I hear the wave-like sound of something's voice. Awoo! Something is howling. It's too sharp and high-pitched to be a stray dog. Awoo! It echoes in my eardrums. Is it howling at the moon? Awoo! This doesn't feel right. The beastly howling is beginning to give me a headache. Awoo! It doesn't stop. Woo! Woo! Oh! Just shut up already. I wake up. I can hear the sound of a dog barking outside the window. The clock indicates it's just past 11. This is more than just a neighborhood nuisance. Damn, I can't sleep like this. The dog's howling comes from somewhere near the mansion's fence. It doesn't seem like I can go back to sleep at this rate. Even Aki and the others wouldn't be able to sleep with a racket like this. Since I'm the only man in the house, I guess I've got no choice but to go investigate. I think it's coming from the right side of the mansion. I open the curtains and check what's happening outside. And outside my room is a large tree. On one side of the branches is a perched blue crow. Is perched a blue crow. Yeah, what the dog doing? Oh, that's ominous. In the dark night, I can see nothing but black, and yet it's clear to me that the crow is blue. I've never seen or even heard of a blue crow before. It glares at me. Feels like the eyes of the crow are staring at me like soulless mechanical lenses. Caw! After a yawn-like cry, it noiselessly flies off. Okay, goodbye. What was that? I can feel a faint chill on my back. The howling of the dogs grows louder. The hounds of the Baskervilles. Awoo! 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 It's really starting to get on my nerves. Not only is it noisy, but hearing it causes my heart to start pounding. I have an almost instinctual distaste for it. Shut up! I can change out of my pajamas into my uniform and leave the room. Ooh, spooky. Now we're Resident Evil. Watch out, that dog has a key you need, Shiki. Awoo! The howling echoes through the night. That sound is definitely coming from the right-hand side of the mansion. We got some spooky music now, minions. For some reason, my throat feels dry. The high walls stretch their way around the mansion. Clearing my throat, I head towards where the dogs must be gathered. Oh, I like this. I mean, this is just another photo background, but I like the filter on it makes it look really spooky. I arrive at where the howling originates. Huh? Awoo! The howling doesn't stop, but there are no signs of any dogs. All there is a person. Under the light from the streetlight that carves apart the darkness stands a man in a dark coat. Oh, is it him? Is this who I think it is? The howling is coming from right beside him. But there are no dogs to be seen anywhere. The man in the coat is pretty tall. He has a strongly built body and his back is facing me. Yeah, I think we actually know. My throat is so dry. Awoo! The voice of the dog resounds in my ears. The night air coils itself around my skin. For no apparent reason, I have difficulty breathing and moving, as if I'm at the bottom of the sea. Quah! A cry overhead. With a loud flapping of its wings, the blue crow lands onto the man's shoulder. Yeah, this is definitely that guy. I can't think of anyone else from Melty associated with weird animals. Then, suddenly, the crow vanishes. Eh? Can it be an illusion? It looked like the crow disappeared into his black coat. The man in the black coat turns around. Yeah! Nero! Wow, your neck is really long. Under the white streetlight, he is just like a shadow. A black lump. In the middle of that lump, Only the weapon-like eyes shine out, burning with a fiery intelligence. Ah, I can't breathe, but fortunately those eyes seem like they're not even looking at me. Not here after all. Okay, bye! The man in the black coat leaves. When I can no longer see him, I am finally able to breathe properly again. Well, that was a little spooky. Ha! I managed to take a few breaths. I realize the dog's howling has ceased. Hey, Nero. Nero, what was that, bud? Can you explain? Stalks you in your home. Says nothing. Has no explanation. Does not elaborate. Leaves. Yeah, he's just standing there, menacingly. He's the maniac. I return to my room. There is no sign of Akiha or the others being awake. I guess I'm the only one who couldn't stand the dog's howling. Gugh, what's happening? My head still hurts. Huh? Why am I trembling? Looking down, my fingers are trembling. My entire body is shaking and my back feels very cold. It's almost like, yes, it's like someone ripped out my spine and replaced it with ice. Fatality. I feel dizzy. Is it just the usual anemia? I get the feeling of falling towards the floor. On the way, I see something unpleasant. Uh-oh. That's not good. He's supposed to be wearing the glasses, isn't he? What? Even though I'm wearing my glasses, I can still see the lines. Ah! I hadn't seen them at all for a long time, so my reaction is magnified. I feel sick. With the dizziness from my anemia, I feel like I'm about to throw up the contents of my stomach. What's going on? I don't understand. Only that as long as my eyes are open, scribbles fly everywhere across my vision. It's a bad dream. Somehow I managed to collapse onto the bed. Yes, I should sleep. That's the easiest way to deny what I'm seeing. My body doesn't move as I want it to. All I should do is lie here and fall asleep like a corpse. Good night, Chickie, again. 2. Inversion Impulse 2. Second day, October 22nd, Friday. Well, that was quite a beginning, huh? Lots of intrigue. Sensei told me. My eyes could see the points where things could easily be broken. And if that thing were to be a person, then what I see would be their vital points. Lines which, if cut, could break something apart without any effort. With those lines, even things as hard as steel could easily be cut. In other words, everything in existence has its destiny of breaking internalized within it. This is something inescapable for anything with a physical form, Chickie. That's what Sensei had said. I was still a child back then. I remember finally understanding what she meant and getting scared. In other words, the world is full of cracks, and it could collapse at any instant. If there are scribbles all over the ground, then there's a possibility that the earth would start breaking apart if I walk over it. When I realized what she meant, I thanked Sensei from the bottom of my heart for the glasses she had given me. I couldn't have gone on living if I had continued to see the lines all the time. That is a little scary, I guess. The points where things could easily be broken. There isn't a single advantage to being able to see them. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Honestly. Good morning. I hear an unfamiliar voice. It is morning. It is time for you to awaken, Shiki-sama. Stop calling me Shiki-sama already. I told you yesterday, it sends chills down my back. Uh-oh. He still sees the cracks. I wake up. Hisui stands far from the bed like a statue. Where am I? Good morning, Shiki-sama. The girl in a maid uniform bows. Yeah, I came home, right. I push myself up, looking around the room. In that instant, I feel sharp pain in my temples. Huh? Are you looking for your glasses? Oh, he wasn't actually wearing them this time. That's good. Hisui gently hands me my glasses. Phew. I let out a breath. Last night, before I went to sleep, I had the feeling I was seeing the lines even with my glasses on. Seems like it was just my imagination. Hopefully. Maybe it's just because I slept on an unfamiliar room, but my mind is hazy. Shiki-sama, Hisui calls out to me. Shaking my head, I shake away my sleepiness. It's a little awkward. You use shake twice in one sentence. Don't do that. Good morning, Hisui. Thanks for coming to wake me. There is no need to thank me. It is my duty to come and wake you, Shiki-sama. Hisui gives a plain and completely expressionless response. Even in an unfavorable light, I think Hisui's features are beautiful. It should be wonderful for such a girl to wake me every morning, but as Hisui never smiles, I don't feel that happy about it. Shiki, you gotta stop thinking about every girl you meet this way, dude. It's a little weird. I know you're like in a visual novel with sex scenes, but come on, man. What a shame. If Hisui only had half of Kohaku's brightness, she would be really cute. Shiki definitely is the kind of guy who tells girls to smile. Do you need something? Realizing I am looking at her, Hisui stares straight back at me. No, nothing at all. Waking up with you here makes me feel like I'm really at the Tono mansion. Now then, getting off the bed, I stretch out both arms. Suddenly, I realize I'm wearing pajamas. I'm sure that yesterday Huh? I thought I slept in my uniform last night. Yes, since it is bad for your health to do so, Nason changed your clothes and put you to bed afterwards. Hisui explains it as if it's something perfectly natural. I see. She changed my clothes. It's true that I could have caught a cold if I had just slept like that. Just the kind of attentive service you'd expect from a med. Hey, wait a minute. What? I quickly check my pants and underwear. My pants are brand new pajama pants. Even my underwear is new. What? I want to say, what the hell did you do? But somehow the words are stuck in my throat. I've got to calm down and think things over for now. Let's see. First of all, half the blame belongs to me. And the one who changed me wasn't Hisui, it was her sister, Kohaku-san. It would be wrong to complain to Hisui. Hisui. Yes, what is it? You don't have to do anything uncalled for like this from now on. You have to, please wake me up. I can change myself, so I'd like to do so. My face is a deep red as I say all of this. Hisui obediently nods in affirmation. Your uniform is folded and awaits you over there. Please come to the sitting room after you have changed. Please do not make me naked. I'm scared of girls, but also I like them. Damn it. How careless could I be? It was careless of me to begin with when I fell asleep on the bed like that, but not to have to woken up while I was being changed is over the top. Yeah, that is weird. You're a deep sleeper, Shiki. Usually I would have sensed it, but maybe I was just really tired. Complaining to myself isn't going to change anything. I can't just keep standing here talking to myself like an idiot. I'd better hurry up and change, then go have breakfast. My school uniform is neatly folded and my shirt is even ironed. Passing my wrists through the sleeves feels good. It's that fresh, brand new feeling. Like I just put on new underwear after New Year's. No, there's something wrong with being naked, is there? Or nothing wrong. Yep. There was nothing wrong with it, but I couldn't help being embarrassed at the fact that I was being changed by the warmly smiling Kohaku-san. To top things off, the face in the mirror keeps smiling from time to time despite being bright red. Shiki, please act normal. Are you really okay, Tono Shiki? I thought you were supposed to be uneasy about staying here, you amateur. Aki and Kohaku-san are relaxing in the sitting room. Aki is wearing the uniform of Asagami Ladies Academy, a famous school for young girls. They are drinking tea together gracefully, as if breakfast ended a long time ago. I'll greet both of them. Good morning, you two. Good morning, Shiki-san. Wearing a white apron that suits her, Kohaku-san replies with a smile that could not possibly be any larger. On the other hand, Akio just casts a glance at me. Good morning. You certainly took your time this morning, Nissan. She certainly knows how to put a damper on things. What a wet blanket. Took my time. It's barely past 7. It only takes 30 minutes to get to school from here, so I'm actually up early. So you're saying you're going to finish breakfast in just 10 minutes. You're not some starving dog, so if you're going to eat breakfast, I'd like you to take your time. What do you even say to that? Akia's words really do have thorns. I am not a dog, Akia. Then I remember. Speaking of dogs, there is what happened last night. Hey, about what happened last night. Does that happen every night? What? Akia tilts her head slightly in response to my question. It seems that the point of my question has completely failed to reach her. What did the dog do? I'm talking about what happened last night. That noisy woof 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 racket. Even you wouldn't have been able to sleep with that going on, right? Nissan? What are you talking about? What? I'm talking about last night, of course. Around 11 at night, some stray dogs were barking their heads off. Akia and Kohaku-san exchange looks, and then together they both look back at me. It's like they think I'm some kind of nutcase. I can't just let this slip by. Fine, I'm not asking you anymore, Akia. Kohaku-san, it was really noisy last night. It was really noisy last night, wasn't it? I'm no longer talking to you, sister. Was it really? I did think the wind was quite strong, but the only thing I found while looking around late at night was you sleeping in your uniform on top of your bed. Yes. I'll be more careful from now on. What? What happened, Kohaku? Oh, nothing in particular. Shiki-san just had a bad sleeping posture, that's all. Kohaku-san dodges Akia's question with a smile. Thank you for the assist, Broomfy. Come to think of it, Kohaku-san is calling me Shiki-san now. Seems like Hisui passed on my message from last night. Are you sure neither of you noticed? Those dogs were barking for about 30 minutes straight last night. Woof, 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 woof. If this isn't noisy, I don't know what is. It really was a woof woof panic, wasn't it? Somehow, I get the feeling Kohaku-san has missed the point. Well, that's basically how it was. I don't remember anything like that. You don't either, do you, Kohaku? No, I don't. Sorry, Shiki-san. There wasn't anything particularly like that last night that I can remember. Then it's decided. The only possibility left I can think of is that Nissan had a dream about it. Well, now that you mentioned it, maybe it was a dream, but... You must have had a nightmare because you aren't used to the mansion yet, Nissan. Oh, I know that. If that stray dog barks again tonight, perhaps we shall start keeping an extra vicious guard dog here. A malicious giggle comes out from Akia. I am now out of time, so please excuse me, Aunt Nissan. Please do take care not to get attacked by any dogs on your way to school. She's really rubbing it in. Akia leaves the sitting room. Kohaku-san leaves to escort her to the doorway. Now seems like a good time to come to a conclusion. Given what's happened from last night up until now, it's a no-brainer to work out that for some reason Akia really, really hates me. She does seem pretty mean. I don't know what her deal is. I leave for the lobby after I eat the breakfast Kohaku-san made for me. Hisui is in the lobby, waiting with my bag. Will there be enough time, Shiki-sama? Yeah, it's not even 20 minutes to school from here if I run. It's even 30 now, so I could make it even if I take the long way. Satisfied with my explanation, Hisui nods. Very well, I will escort you out. Yeah, thanks. It's a terribly embarrassing thing to have a personal servant. Shiki-san, please wait. With pattering footsteps, Kohaku-san runs down from the second floor. Hisui steps back and falls silent as Kohaku-san appears. Oh, she tagged in. Huh? Weren't you with Akiha? Lady Akiha goes to school by car. Since I had something to give you this morning, I stayed behind. Something to give me? Yes, this came from the Arima family yesterday. Kohaku-san smiles. Eh? But I have all my luggage already. The things I used while I was at the Arima's house all belong to them, so all I've got are my own clothes. Really? But this was sent here nonetheless. Kohaku-san hands me a thin wooden box, perhaps 20 centimeters long. It's not heavy at all. Kohaku-san, I've never seen this before. Well, apparently it was left to you by your departed father. It was to be given to you in the will. By my old man? I can't feel anything about that. What's the old man who expelled me from this mansion 8 years ago doing leaving me things? Oh well. Kohaku-san, please take it to my room for me. Kohaku-san is staring intently at the wooden box. She almost seems like a child who wants a toy. Stare. No, she is a child. That's my guess too, Dutch Duck, that the iconic Shiki Tono knife is in that box. I get it. You want to know what's inside, right? Oh, not at all. I merely wondered for a moment. Like I said, you do wonder what's inside. All right, let's open it. 1, 2, 3. With a dry sound, the wooden box opens. Inside there is a 10-centimeter bar of thin iron. It's an iron bar? Oh, so I guess it's not the knife. Undecorated and worn, it has finger marks all over it. The old man must have really hated me to leave me a piece of junk like this. No, Shiki-san. It is a knife. He was just looking at the sheath, I guess. No, Shiki-san. It's a fruit knife. Kohaku-san takes the iron bar out of the box. See, isn't it one of those folding knives? 1, 2, 3. With pachik, a 10-centimeter blade pops out from the bar. I see, it certainly is a knife. It's old, but it seems pretty solid. The year and the area it was made in is written on the back. Kohaku-san replaces the blade and hands over the knife. Certainly there's a number written on the grip. The character 7, and under it, the character Knight. Nei-san, there's no error by that name. Just says Nanatsu Yoru. Huh. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know it means 7 and night, but I don't know if those have any context together or connotations. Surprised, I turn around. Hisui, who had been silent until now, was looking at the knife over my shoulder. You surprised me, Hisui. You should say something. You don't have to look over my shoulder like that, you know. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Hisui's cheeks suddenly become a little redder. But please excuse me, that knife is so beautiful that I cannot help myself. Oh, that's right. I heard about this. She really likes blades. Beautiful. You really think it's beautiful? It looks kind of beat up to me. Not at all. The tempering of the blade is masterful. I think it is a knife with its own proper history. Really? It looks to me like a piece of junk. But since Hisui seems so convinced, I begin to feel the same thing. In its own way, I guess it's not such a bad inheritance. I would have liked cash dollar, but I guess this cool knife will do. 7 Knights? Maybe that's the name of this fruit knife. I wonder how many days this story will take place over. I wonder. Maybe, though I can't imagine him naming a knife like that. Whatever the case may be, it's obvious that it's an antique. Well, in any case, I believe in taking what's given to me. I replace the blade and put the knife in my trouser pocket. Shiki-sama, have you enough time? I have to get going. Well, Kohaku-san, thanks for the delivery. You're welcome. Kohaku-san smiles and waves. Yeah, Shiki's bringing a knife to school? I don't know, whatever. It was a different time, I guess. Leaving the doorway, I pass through the garden. As I pass out of the mansion gates, I sense a commotion. What's going on? Sounds like something's happening on the right side of the mansion. Huh. I heard that someone found bloodstains on the road east of the mansion. Okay. Bloodstains? You mean leftover blood? So it is, Nero who's doing the big murders. Yes, there was blood on the mansion fence, too. The police came to inquire about what had happened last night while you were sleeping, Shiki-sama. Does that mean someone died? No, all that has been found are the bloodstains. The east side of the mansion, that's around where the man in the black coat was last night. Bloodstains, traces of blood. Bloodstains, traces of red. Come to think of it, I get the feeling I saw something red. Shiki-sama? Eh? No, it's nothing. Shaking my head, I shake off the bad images. Well, I'll be going now. Thanks for seeing me off, Hisui. Goodbye. Please, take care on the way. Hisui bows deeply. I'm not sure what to care about, but she's probably just worried about my health. Yeah, thanks. You take care too, Hisui. It's only right to repay good intentions with good intentions. With an energetic wave of the hand at Hisui, I leave the gates at the mansion behind. I don't know if there was any big serial killing around this time this game came out. I don't know if that was like an inspiration or not. I walk along the unfamiliar streets. Up until now, I've been going to school from the Arima house, so it's the first time I've taken this route to school. It's only the path I'm taking that's different, but I feel like I'm going to a new school. There doesn't seem to be a lot of students from my school around. Apparently, there are not many who live around here. 7:30 in the morning. I can't see anyone running along the streets in a school uniform except me. The business district is in a rush of activity. As usual, the scene is one of suited firm employees gearing themselves for today's battle. No, it isn't quite the same as usual. For the last few days, the atmosphere has been a little heavier in this town. The Atmo. It's probably due to the serial killings. There are less people in the streets in the evenings now, too. You'd better cut down on the hanging out at night, Arihiko. The face of my bad friend drifts into mind. He'd be the sort to carry on hanging out at night regardless of the atmosphere in town. Well, it's not like he's going to listen to a word I say anyway. I start to see some people in school uniforms intermingle with the crowd. There are only about 10 minutes until the school gates close. I dash along the asphalt street so I won't be late. I arrive. It seems like it took 20 minutes rather than 30 from the mansion. I'll need to leave around 7 if I want to go slowly since I ran several times on the way. Well, he made it. That's good. That's good. Don't want to be truant again. The classroom, just minutes before homeroom, is full of commotion. Scattered all over the classroom are my classmates, intent on talking until the teacher arrives. It's like a festival in there, even though there are only a few minutes left. I ease my way through to my seat next to the window. Then, yo! You're late, Tono? Hello, Riboff Kuwabara. In stark contrast to the otherwise pleasant classroom, there's someone waiting with a big grin on his face. In addition, good morning, Tono-kun. He is accompanied by someone very unexpected. Senpai, why are you in our classroom? Dumbfounded, I point to Ciel Senpai like I'm looking at a ghost. Huh? Is it so unusual? I was just wondering if you were in class, so I decided to come over to see you, Tono-kun. It's kind of unusual. You're in the wrong room. Unusual? The seniors never come to the junior classrooms. There's all sorts of reasons, but the biggest one is just that they're too far apart. Oh, I see. Senpai nods with a serious face. This guy, I don't know. He just kind of looks like typical delinquent to me. You don't have to worry about that. Despite my appearance, I'm a fast runner. It takes me less than a minute to get to my class downstairs from here. Senpai emphasizes her point. I guess she's just not the kind of person who cares about what other people think. Quit whining, Tono. What's wrong with it anyway? Senpai's here because she wants to be. Run up, throw. That's true. Ciel is very fast. Arihiko, being Arihiko, plonks himself down on my desk and starts up a merry conversation with Senpai. I don't mind, but you ought to get back to your class 2 minutes before homeroom starts, Senpai. I feel tired for some reason. Sighing, I sit down. Inui-kun, it seems Tono-kun is feeling down. Yeah, he's probably feeling irritable because he's not used to his life after moving. Tono doesn't mind most things, but he's got a bad habit of throwing a fit when faced with things he doesn't understand. Really? Tono-kun doesn't look like the type to get angry. Nope, that's not true. Tono, you see, is usually pretty mature, but when he encounters something he doesn't understand, kaboom. Kaboom, is it? They're talking like he's not here. Yep. You'll change your opinion once you see him lose it, so you can't just trust him like that, Senpai. The two of them whisper to each other. Hey, listen. If you're going to talk privately, do you mind doing it in the hallway? I can hear every word you say when you do it on my desk, so there's no real point to it. What? You could hear us? Arihiko gives an exaggerated reaction of surprise. No one could stay angry after being hit with an egg like that. Senpai puts her hands to her mouth, and I can't tell how serious she is. If it's Senpai, she may have actually intended to talk privately. That's terrible, Tono. Listening in on the lovey-dovey private conversation between Senpai and me. You've sure got some nasty hobbies. Arihiko points at me. Are you trying to pick a fight with me, Arihiko? Actually, please do. Right now, I'm more than willing. Arihiko shakes his head. Don't catch Shiki in a bad mood, I guess. Of course not. You're my dear friend, right? I'd exchange fists with even my parents, but I have a policy of not fighting with my friends. I'm the very model of chivalry. That's amazing. I guess chivalrous people could punch their parents in the world that's inside his head. I see. That's a pretty rotten policy. He's very Kuwabara. Haha. You pretended to be depressed, but deep down you're the same Tono as always. Damn, I had nothing to worry about after all. Please, sir, you're gonna catch a cold, honey. Button up your shirt. Arihiko hits me a couple of times in the back. Arihiko, were you worried about me just then? Don't ask me trivial stuff like that, you dumbass. Well, it's only good if I do it without you noticing. Arihiko hits my back some more. We've been friends for a long time, but I still can't get a hold on this guy's personality. So, how was your new house? Pretty heavy and stressful by the looks of it. Can't really say. I had a bad dream last night, and the people at my house gave me the cold shoulder. Ah, I see. Sounds rough. Arihiko nods with a difficult expression. And Senpai is silent, staring at us while we have our trivial conversation. Senpai? Tono-kun, you really do get along well with Inui-kun. Are you serious, Senpai? You must need thicker glasses if that's what you think after seeing what just happened. Not at all, Tono-kun. You look really relaxed when you're with Inui-kun. You're really open and trust him a lot. Senpai smiles happily for some reason. Question mark? Arihiko and I exchange looks and tilt our heads. Oh, I'm so envious. I really admire how your friendship allows such understanding without you getting worried over each other. Senpai is impressed. Really? Arihiko and I exchange looks and raise our eyebrows. That's right. It's just that you two don't realize it. But maybe it'll end if you do. In that case, it'd be best for you two to just remain as you are. Yes, truly a miraculous balance. I'm not sure what she means by this. Well, I guess you could say our relationship is a miraculous tightrope. Arihiko nods in agreement. I guess that's one point we perfectly agree on. It's almost time. I'll be going now. Did you watch the news this morning, Tono-kun? No, the house I moved into doesn't have a television, so I can't watch the morning news. Is that so? Well, I'll just ask you straight out then. There was a big mansion on today's morning news. Is that where you live? Eh? This morning's news? Now that you mentioned it, Hisui said the police had come to talk. Arihiko in the remake looks like a Persona 5 side character. I do wonder what modern Arihiko looks like, because this is a very, 90s anime delinquent look. Like you know, we keep talking about Kuwabara. Yeah, that must be my house. I heard the police came this morning to ask us questions. Is that so? You mustn't be out playing late at night, Tono-kun. Okay, bye. Senpai leaves quickly. I watch her silently, and... Tono? What? I'm not listening to any more of your trivial garbage. It's not trivial. It's becoming a big problem. You become so familiar with Senpai that she even comes here to see you. Arihiko stares at me gravely. Well, I don't know anything about it. I've only started talking to her recently. Maybe she just came here on a whim today. And come to think of it, aren't you pretty familiar with her too? No way, man. It's taken me 7 days to get her to remember my name. Oh, that's unusual. Wasn't it your policy not to deal with girls you can't pick up in a day because they're too much trouble? That's for normal girls, but senpai is different. I've kept it a secret all this time, but actually You like senior girls who look good with glasses on, don't you? Ugh! Arihiko's face turns red. You knew all along, my dear friend. Yeah, I knew. We're friends after all. Truly a moment for the boys. We get along and we've got the same interests. I've never heard of Halloween Kills, but if you're in pain, I'm glad I could help along your healing. I see. You can understand how good Senpai is too, can't you? Hey, wait! Yeah, like I said, we've got similar interests, right? Dudes do in fact rock. That's why we're into the same type of woman. Arihiko nods in agreement and heads back towards his own seat. I guess it was a short friendship, Tono. Yeah, exactly right. Oh, I see we're in competition now. I wave Arihiko off. The teacher comes in at about the same time. Okay, let's look at this remake. Arihiko. he does look a bit Persona 5-ish, doesn't he? A little bit like Shiro too, the hairstyle. Like he kind of has like a knot pompadour going on. Yeah, a little bit like Ryuji too. It's not quite sure how to describe it, that hairstyle. Anyways, the morning lessons are over. It's lunch break, and Arihiko has gone on ahead to the cafeteria. Now, where should I have my lunch? Yesterday we went to the cafeteria, so why don't we hang out in the classroom today? I decided to go buy some bread and eat it slowly in my classroom. Oh, I see. You'll say itadakimasu, translators, but you won't say pon? There are still a few guys and that close group of girls in here as well. Huh? I just noticed. Yamizuka Satsuki, usually the most eye-catching of all the girls, is nowhere to be seen. She must be absent. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like an undercut what Arihiko has. I'm not quite sure if that's exactly it. Good night, Metavoc, though. Thank you for joining. Hopefully, we can see you next time. I must be pretty absent-minded to take until lunchtime to realize one of my own classmates isn't even here. Fifth period. Feeling sleepy at the classics lecture, my gaze drifts outside the window. And a crow is perched on the classroom veranda. Not the blue crow. Oh, okay. I thought it would be. Way to build the suspense. Not the blue crow from last night, but just an ordinary black one. With its black eyes, the crow stares inside the classroom through the glass window. It's true that it's unusual for a bird to perch there, but it's not like it's some major event. Ah! Suddenly it comes at me. My vision gradually goes white as my sense of balance goes crazy. Oh, is he having an anemia attack? My field of vision sways. It feels like something is building up in the back of my head, and my brain feels heavy. Crap. I know this feeling. It's the precursor to an anemia attack. The blood that's been building up inside the blood vessels in my brain forms black clots and slushes around inside my head, causing my vision to go black. If I had to describe it, I would say it feels like darkness is pushing from my brain outwards towards my eyes. That's a pretty interesting description. Oof, ow, my anemia. This is bad. I don't usually collapse in the middle of class, but fumbling in a world of darkness, I blindly use my desk for support. Even that becomes useless. I can't put any strength into my fingers. All I can do now is fall towards the floor. Thump. Excuse me, Sensei, and something hits me roughly on the back. Tono's looking pretty bad, so I'd like to take him to the infirmary. Arihiko. At some point, Arihiko had come up to me. Are you really feeling bad, Tono? I can hear the teacher's voice from his lecture. No, I think I'll be fine. Man, he's totally out of it. Wouldn't it be better for him to leave early? Arihiko makes this outrageous proclamation loudly. I see. If you say so, Inui, then there's no mistake about it. I've already heard about Tono's health from Kunifuji-sensei. Tono, if you're not well, you may go rest in the infirmary or leave early. Dudes truly do rock. Thank you for the assist, Arihiko. Sheesh. I don't know what's with him. It seems the classics teacher has complete trust in what Arihiko says. Come on, you can go now. Your face is pale and all, but no one's going to know you're feeling bad until you tell them, you know. Arihiko hits me in the back grumpily. I'll be leaving early then, Sensei. The classics teacher nods solemnly. Sorry about making you worry needlessly, Arihiko. Don't worry about it. We've been inseparable since middle school. I can tell when you're about to collapse from anemia. Yeah, that's a nice thing that the school staff... It feels... When I first read about Shiki's tendency to collapse, I thought it would be like just like one of those, oh, I have an anime disease, you know, I fall down sometimes, but it seems this anemia thing seems very realistically delivered so far, and I like that. Like, oh, his friends know, his teachers know, they're okay with it, you know, stuff like that. There's no like weird drama surrounding it where like, oh, you're making it up. It seems very realistically written, which I think is interesting. Arihiko heads back towards his own seat. Expressing my thanks with a look, I drag my leaden body out of class. I leave school. It would have been better to go lie down in the infirmary, but at this hour it'd be after school by the time I wake up. That being the case, I decide that I'd better go lie down back at the mansion, even if it means pushing myself. Ew. I think I'm feeling a little bit better. I breathe in the outside air and feel a little rejuvenated. Yeah, it does feel like Nasu did research on actual anemia. Sheesh, I'm surprised at my own body. 8 years ago, the price of recovering from that near-fatal injury was becoming prone to sudden anemia. When I first left the hospital, it would happen at least once a day. Collapsing from dizziness became a daily routine for me. After some time, probably because my body had grown, the spontaneous dizziness and anemia became rarer. But from time to time, things still trigger dizzy fits, and I still lose consciousness. Today was lucky that Arihiko caught me. Usually, I wind up passed out on the floor. Taking a slow and deep breath, I draw fresh air into my lungs. I can feel the blood pooled around the center of my head begin to swirl around again, so I head away from the school. Where are we going? I veer onto the main street. Once I get through here and leave the residential district, it's a direct path to the Tono mansion. Ah, crap. It looks like I haven't fully recovered yet. Putting my hand on my forehead, I realize it's hotter than usual. I'm not going to do myself any good by pushing myself here until I collapse along the side of the road. I guess there's no helping it. Disgusted with myself, I lean on the guardrail. I'll rest for a bit until I manage to calm down. I don't have much to do, so I just stare idly around the street. It's just past noon on a weekday, but the street is filled with passers-by. Crowds of walking people. Nameless people without personalities walk straight ahead without even casting a glance at the people walking beside them. Even though there are so many people here together in this crowd in this same space, they see only one thing. Everyone is their own main character, so they only live the day from that perspective. Thank you, Mob Psycho 100. I've experienced this phrase many times now in many things. And so, without really interacting with anyone else, they each end the day by themselves. In a way, you could say it's a very lonely thing. I begin to think melancholy thoughts, perhaps a result of my fever. Guess I'll go home now. I feel calmer, and all I'm doing here is wasting my time with pointless thoughts. Getting up from the guardrail, I resume heading home to the mansion so I can rest. That is, until I see her. Oh, there she is! I was wondering when Ark would show up, but, you know, kind of the face of the game. White woman spotted. Come on. Casually. All I did was casually cast my gaze into the crowd, but my vision freezes. Thump. Golden hair and red eyes. Her clothes are white, as if they are a symbol of herself. Thump. My pulse races. My veins and arteries spring into action. My nerves split one after the other. My spinal cord goes berserk as if it is about to leap out of my back. I'm just imagining Shiki doing he's like turning into the cartoon dog that saw a pretty lady. The girl walking in the crowd is just beautiful. The distant dizziness comes back to me. My consciousness swims, falling. I can't breathe. My fingertips tremble. The blood isn't reaching them. My whole body feels cold, like I'm freezing to death. My heart beats in a rush, urging me to hurry up. I can stand it no longer, and unintelligible words escape my mouth. I can't think. My brain tells me only one word. Thump. Just one word repeating in my brain. Her. That girl. I'm going to... Huh. You're thinking about how much you want to asterisk, 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 arquid, aren't you, Shiki Tono? I feel sick. I can't breathe. It hurts to breathe. For some reason, I can't remember how to breathe properly. My throat is burning. My eyes are about to burst. My palms are soaked. Mom's spaghetti. I feel so cold, but I'm drenched in sweat. I have to follow her. I have to follow that girl. Chase her, chase after her, and talk to her. My frozen feet begin to move. Shiki, please be normal. My breathing is ragged like that of a beast. I chase after the girl in white. Hang on. I need a second. I need to recover from these last few pages. The girl walks slowly. She doesn't realize I'm following her. Yeah, definitely glad I got the non-H scene versions now, because if this is a hint at what those are like, oh boy. Ha! If I run after her now, I can talk to her and ask her name. Ha 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 ha! Ask her name. Who am I kidding? I know very well that's not what I want to do. Wow! I know, but I don't know. It looks like I want to do something else, but I can't precisely put what I want to do in words. The inside of my head is misted over like a rain cloud. My throat is hot. I can't breathe. But so what? It's only natural, right? Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But I guess that's how I save. I've just seen that great woman. It would be impolite not to get excited, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Stop her and ask her name? Ha! Give me a break. I'm not a kid after all. I don't fully understand it, but there is only one thing I must do. Okay. I walk with my hands in my pockets. My fingers feel steel. Double meaning. See, he has another thing in his pocket. Ugh. How fortunate. I don't know what version you're looking at, Touchstick, but from what I read, the only changes in this version is it just fades to black when there is an H scene. So this shouldn't be changed. The tools are all here. She walks. I have plenty of room between us. Yeah, the moment Shiki sees a white woman, he's like a Looney Tunes character. I have plenty of room between us, so she won't notice. So the other people around us won't suspect. She and I are complete strangers. That's why I have to do my best to make following her look natural. Okay. She walks into an apartment building. I don't go in yet, but instead watch from outside. She takes the elevator up. The elevator stops at the... How can you see that from outside? I guess there's a window, whatever. I check the common mailbox in the first floor. There are 5 mailboxes for the 6th floor. I touch one of them and feel sharp sensation. I smell it. There's no mistake. Her room is the 3rd one on the 6th floor. That's weird. Okay. I enter the elevator and press 6. I'm excited. I grip the knife in my pocket tightly while in the small elevator. She's very close by. Just a little more and I can blank her. Wow, I made a joke about that 9S thing, but it's literally the same thing. Just thinking about it makes me feel ecstatic. My whole body feels like a sexual organ just before climax. Okay, all right, we're there. I get off the elevator. The 6th floor is empty. This is good. Quickly, quickly. I want to do it. I arrive in front of room 3. I am about to press the doorbell when I stop. These glasses are in my way. I can't do what I've come to do with them on. It's a promise, Shiki. You should never cut those lines thoughtlessly. Long ago, a woman once told me such a thing. But right now, neither her name nor her face comes to mind. Slowly, I remove my glasses. I can see the black lines. And not just them. Has something happened to my eyes? Apart from those abominable lines, I can see points, like black holes. Countless numbers of them. I don't know myself. What I'm trying to do. Why I'm trying to do this. What does Tono Shiki want to do with that girl? I don't know. Still not knowing, I push the doorbell. Yes? I hear the voice behind the door, and the door opens a crack. In that instant, I slip through it. Okay. The girl says. No, she tries to say. She will never get to finish what she tried to say, because I cut her apart before she could. Oh. Alright. In that instant, I slip through the door. Not taking even a second, I draw the knife across the lines running throughout the girl's body. Stabbing. Slashing. Piercing. Driving. Splitting into pieces. Completely and utterly. I kill her. The black lines that divide her into 17 pieces. Through the neck, back of the head, from the right eye to the lips, upper right arm, lower right arm, right ring finger, left elbow, left thumb, left middle finger, left breast, from the rib to the heart, from the stomach to the abdomen in 2 places, left groin, left thigh, left leg, left toe, all of them. As I pass by her, not even taking a second. Truly, in an instant, entirely. I dismantle her into 17 pieces of meat. Okay, so we did that. Very cool, Shiki. Very cool, Shiki. Interesting. This is a good song right now. I can hear an incredibly dumb-sounding voice. Doesn't feel like the voice is coming from my own throat. Dizziness. The minced pieces of the girl lie before my eyes. Red blood all over the wooden floor like an overturned bucket of water. There is the choking scent of blood. The cuts are very clean, so her insides don't spill out. Only the color of red goes across the ground. Strange. There's nothing in the room. Nothing but the girl's scattered limbs and me standing there, dumbfounded. What? A sea of red blood is spreading over the floor. In my hands, I grip my knife, the murder weapon. Shiki is completely deranged, I'm realizing. He seemed pretty nice before. She's dead. Of course she is. She wouldn't be human if she were alive. Why? There's nothing to ask. I just did it with my own hands. With my own hands, cleanly and instantly, I cut apart this girl I don't even know. This is a pretty, okay, it's uncomfortable, right? That's intentional, and it's really interesting. This is a really interesting scene. I'm into this. Not into it, but into it. I'm absorbed. with my own hands. I killed her? Yes, there's no mistaking it. Or am I mistaken? There's no reason for me to do such a thing. That's why it's a mistake. It has to be a mistake. But I had no reason from the start. That's why it's a mistake. It has to be a mistake. The red blood flows all over the floor. Slowly, the dark red stain creeps around my feet. Ah! Surprised, I lift my shoe, but I'm too late. Like coal tar, her blood makes a thread connecting the pool to the floor and my foot. It's red blood. The color I hate, still flowing even now. All because I cut her apart. It wasn't me. Yes, it has to be a mistake. A mistake. A mistake. Probably a mistake. Definitely a mistake. This is. Interesting. Interesting choice here. Huh. I'm not sure what to do here. Choice 1, this is just a bad dream. Choice 2, this is, without a doubt, reality wrought by my own hands. I'm not sure what, like, the quote-unquote good choice is here. Cause, I mean, obviously there's a root with Arquid, right? So, like, I can't just kill her. I did not cut her. I mean, whatever, you know, I can always make... I'm gonna save, I guess. I can always make a save and come back if I'm intrigued. Let's say this is just a bad dream. This is just a bad dream. But somehow this stench of blood smells so horribly real. Wrong. Yes. Wrong. But I killed her. Is that fact wrong? I didn't kill her. Is that fact wrong? Yes, Tono Shiki, wanted to kill that girl. That's what I wanted to do back then. Just that it was also muddy inside my head. I didn't put it into words. Wrong. I feel like throwing up from the smell of blood. The contents of my stomach rise in my throat. Ugh. The crimson is soaking into my eyeballs. I feel dizzy. I fall down onto my knees in the red sea of blood. Ugh. My gastric juices come up. I throw everything back up. My food, my gastric juices, everything while I cry. This is nothing left in my stomach, but my body continues to force me to throw up as if trying to undo what had occurred and return me to a normal life. Blah. Vomit noises, you know. Pain. It hurts like my insides are burning. The tears won't stop, and my body collapses to the floor like a pile of garbage. Okay, but not like a puppet with its strings cut. Let's be clear. My knees sink into the red puddle spread all over the floor. Red starts to stain my body. It's so painful and red, it's like I'm dreaming. Ah, I keep crying. The fact that I killed someone is making me sad. No, that's not right. I am sad because I killed her without reason, like breaking apart a doll. I don't understand why I feel like this, why I killed her without reason. I can't find the reason. It's a lie. It doesn't feel real. So this is just one of those dreams I have when I faint. It's a lie. Besides, how can someone cut apart someone like that with just a knife? I read it in a book once. It takes a whole day of strenuous labor to cut someone up, even when using a saw. That's why there's no way I could have possibly done such a thing with just a knife. These lines never existed in the first place. Everything was just a delusion I had fallen for. It's a lie. Gastric juices drip over my lips, passing out of my mouth, dripping down my jaw. Mixed with the juices is something red. My throat is probably bleeding because my stomach keeps trying to throw up even when there's nothing left in there. Ugh. It hurts. That's why this isn't a dream, and I'm just lying to myself. It's all lies. Yes, actually, I understand everything. I lusted after her. Just looking at her aroused me. When I cut her apart, it was so thrilling I almost... Cool. All right. All right. These eyes, too. If I knew these lines, I could cut things apart like paper being shredded. I should have understood that even a person could easily be cut apart like I just did to her. I had lived a normal life without even thinking about something like that. If I really am the sort of dangerous person who could easily kill just about anything, then I should have put out these eyes or lived a life without seeing anyone. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'm so sorry. Not even such a simple promise was I able to keep. Have I gone insane? I don't know. There isn't even a trace of that impulse left. Okay, things escalated really quickly. The thought of holding back never crossed my mind. I didn't even consider trying to stop myself. Kill this girl. And it seemed like the obvious thing to do, and I went through with it. Then the answer is simple. I must be insane. I've probably been mad since 8 years ago when I... Oh, I didn't get to finish reading that. I didn't get to finish reading that. I don't know if that was intentional that it went by so fast that I couldn't finish reading it. Check and pause the VOD for that line, I guess. Oh, there we go. When I mysteriously came back to life from a fatal accident, I can hear the sound of rain coming from somewhere. It's raining. I'm in a daze. My throat hurts when I try to breathe. Ouch. I can speak. Shiki-sama? Then I become aware of someone's presence near me. My room? Somehow, I'm in my own room. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Hisui? Yes. How are you feeling? Hisui asked me an odd question. There's not a single thing wrong with my body, but... Why? Yes, why? Why am I asleep in a place like this, even though I was about to say killed someone, but I stopped myself. My brain tells me I shouldn't say those words. Yeah, that's a smart idea. What am I doing here, Hisui? Do you not remember? Your school called to say you left early. However, you did not come back after dusk, so when my sister went to look for you, she found you resting in the park. Park? You mean the park near here? Yes, when she found you, you were resting on the park bench. Then you returned to the mansion on your own feet. You have got to be kidding. I don't remember any of that. I do not believe it is such an odd thing that your memory is unstable, Shiki-sama. It is difficult for me to say this, but when my sister brought you back, you were in a daze. I don't remember any of this, but I have no reason to doubt what Hisui says. Yeah, it's already 9 o'clock. I don't remember anything. Yes. When you returned to the mansion, you said you wanted to sleep. My sister suggested we call a doctor, but you said it happens all the time. I see. I guess I do collapse from anemia all the time, but this time it's different. Because I had killed someone, huh? What did I look like, Hisui? Huh? My clothing, I mean. Was my uniform, with the blood? It was stained with blood. Your uniform was dirty, so I am washing it. Washing, you mean those blood-stained clothes? There was certainly mud on it, but nothing like blood. Huh? Okay, alright, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But it was so... Even though I was on my knees in a sea of blood and both my arms and legs had been completely soaked red... Have you had a nightmare of some sort, Shiki-sama? You look like you were having a bad dream until now, and you do not look fine. Hisui stares at my face. A dream? A dream? Was it a dream? That feeling, that smell of blood, that hideously beautiful white girl. Okay, I don't know if he means white like ethnically or that she was dressed in white. But you know, whatever. No, maybe you're right. That's just a bad dream. Phew. I breathe out slowly. That's right. That's got to be a bad dream. There's no way I would break my childhood promise to Sensei needlessly and for no reason. Ah, I'm finally awake. Yes. If you're feeling better, I will go prepare dinner now. Dinner, huh? I know it's just a dream, but the color and smell of blood still lingers in my mind. Yeah, I figured it's probably referring to her outfit, but just calling her white girl is really funny. No, it's fine. I'm just going to sleep like this tonight. More importantly, Hisui. Yes, what is it, Shiki-sama? Well, it seems like I came back after dusk. Did Akiya say anything? Akiya-sama was not home yet at the time. She came back about 2 hours ago and was informed of your condition through my sister. Hisui seems to silently ask, what about it? Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering if she was disgusted with me for causing her trouble on just the second day after I've come back. It did seem like Akiya-sama was distressed, but I would not say he was disgusted. Saying that, Hisui takes a step away from me. Well, I will be leaving now. I don't know what ethnicity Ark is supposed to be. But I guess, I mean, we'll probably find out, so... Sorry, I need more drink. Don't ask how I do this with the mask on. It's a secret technique. Please call for me if you need anything. Yeah, she does have like a German last name, so I don't know. Yeah, thanks. Oh, one more thing I forgot to ask. Yes, what is it, Shiki-sama? It's raining outside. When did it start? Before you came back, Shiki-sama. When my sister found you, you were drenched. Yeah, that's why his clothes were all muddy. Okay. I see. I can't even remember that. Seems like I was a pretty serious case of anemia. If that's the case, I shouldn't have pushed myself and should have just rested at school. Good night. I'm really sorry about today. Please express my gratitude to Kawaku-san, too. I understand. Good night. A dream, huh? It's like I don't even know what I felt. But if I can't understand what happened or how I feel about it, how do I know it was a dream? I can hear the sound of the rain outside. My mind still feels a little heavy. I glance down at my chest. The old wound from 8 years ago is still distinctly there, like a burn scar. Ah, on top of my desk lies a knife my father left me. That old blade which had cut the white girl into 17 pieces. White girl, stop doing that. That was a dream. Nothing more. I repeat this over and over again, trying to placate myself until I sleep. But when I was a child, I think someone once told me, don't tell lies that can't even fool yourself. Uh-oh. Alright, day 3. The Black Beast 1. Third day, October 23rd. A Saturday. So I guess Shiki doesn't have school today, right? When I come to, it's morning. Maybe the rain stopped. I can't hear it anymore. It seems clouded outside, and the sunlight through the window is dim. They only get Sundays off? Oh, okay. I didn't know that about Japanese school. Got it. Wait, I've played Persona. I do know that. I just forgot. Ha. Taking a deep breath, I get out of bed. I didn't sleep well last night. Over and over, as I was about to fall asleep, that scene would replay in my mind and keep me awake. A crimson floor and limbs everywhere. Reason and memory are liabilities at times like these. They force me to remember things I only want to forget. It's just a dream. Why am I so bothered by it? Yes, just a dream. I should forget it quickly without a moment's delay. Knock, knock. Someone knocks on the door. It's past 6 o'clock in the morning. Who could it be this early? Of course, who else? Excuse me. Shiki-sama, are you awake? Yeah, I've been sleeping since yesterday afternoon, so I'm awake early. So, what about you, Hisui? What's happening at this time in the morning? Hisui falls silent. Actually, now that I look carefully, I notice she has my school uniform in her hands. I see. You brought me a change of clothes. Yes, I am sorry. I have shown you something you do not wish to see. Hisui keeps silent. What is it I didn't want to see? I didn't get it at all. I don't understand, but thanks anyway. Just leave the clothes there. I'll get changed soon and go to the sitting room. Hisui nods in a sense. Yeah. Some of these names must be hard for Japanese voice actors. All the characters trying to pronounce French bread, for example. Though Saber's is the funniest for the Taya Bloomin intro, because she just sounds like her mouth's full when she says French bread. Because I know Saber just likes food, right? That's like her funny thing. Very well then. Please excuse me. Hisui begins walking silently, only to suddenly turn around. Shiki-sama, if you have the time, I will also prepare a bath for you. A bath? In the morning? Yes. You are terribly dirty, Shiki-sama, you smelly, ugly little boy. Would it not be the best for you to wash before you go to school? Hisui asks me with her usual lack of expression in a disinterested voice. Now that she mentions it, I am dirty. I did collapse from anemia in the park yesterday, after all, so it's not unnatural. Yeah, would you mind doing that for me? I'll have time for that before I go to school if it's this early. I understand. Please come to the bathroom in about 20 minutes. Hang on. Hang on, just a second. I've got this on standby just in case. Just in case. Girl's telling me to go to the bathroom. You can't be too careful about these things. The version I got is theoretically non-arrow, but you know, they might have missed a scene, or they might be tricking me. So I just gotta, I just gotta be careful. It's still 6 o'clock in the morning. With nothing to do, I spend the 20 minutes in my room staring at the ceiling. I enter the bath and pour water over my head, which makes me feel a little refreshed. I take a deep breath as the cold water soaks my hair. What a terrible dream. There's gotta be something wrong with me having a dream where I kill a beautiful woman like that. If just one day of living in an unfamiliar mansion is enough to give me dreams like that, I hate to think what the days ahead are going to be like. Yeah, maybe. Sigh. I've really got to get it together. I clear my head with another splash of cold water and wash myself. Ah, I feel a sting as the towel touches my throat. What's this? I look at my neck in the mirror. How did this happen? My throat is red and swollen. It's almost as if I injured it by repeatedly throwing up. Curiouser and curiouser. I return to my room and change into my uniform. Yeah, that's what I figured, Pro Tycoon. But, like, language is fine. It's just, I can't show any of the sex on stream, or that'll kill me. Language is whatever. Twitch doesn't care about that. If language was a problem, then I think a lot of Twitch channels would have been taken down just from the way people talk. I return to my room and change into my uniform. It's barely 7 o'clock. Astounded at how much clearer my head feels after the bath, I pick up my bag and leave the room. Kohaku-san has just come out of the sitting room when I go down the stairs. Good morning, Shiki-san. You sure are early today. Kohaku-san makes a bow while smiling. And you look refreshed, too. Have you just had a bath? Yeah, I just took one. That's amazing, Kohaku-san. Can you tell? Haha, I can tell just by looking at you because your hair isn't dry, Shiki-san. You certainly look cuter after you've had a bath. I avert my gaze just as little as I am faced with that warm, carefree smile. It's kind of embarrassing. You're cringe, Kohaku. That's what he says. He's gonna call her cringe. Please hold on for just a minute. I'm going to prepare some breakfast now. That's true. Shiki, as a Redditor, does not bathe often. Only when he has to. Eh? Breakfast? Huh. I guess she meant something to eat. Oh, I guess the implication is she said that in English. Such a trivial thing causes me to remember the color of blood. I don't have much of an appetite at the moment. Is a Western-style breakfast like yesterday fine with you, Shiki-san? Yeah. I really don't mind, so breakfast, huh? That bath felt so good that I almost forgot about it. Really? You didn't eat last night either, so I was talking to Hisui-chan about how maybe the sound of your stomach might have woken you up. No. Sadly, that's not the case. I've been a light eater since I was little, so I often skip 1 or 2 meals at a time. Shiki, I really don't think that's good for a guy with anemia. I see. Now that you mention it, you've got a nice body without any excess meat on you. Okay, thank you, Kohaku. That's a little weird. Could it be that you're a vegetarian? Perhaps. Come to think of it, I get the feeling that all I ate at the Arima house were vegetables. Kohaku-san busily heads back to the sitting room. But I don't feel like eating right now. It's alright, Kohaku-san. I'll go to school without eating today. Tell Akiya for me. Bye! I head towards the doorway. Suddenly, my arm is tightly grabbed. Shiki-san! Eh? I can't believe it. Kohaku-san is angry. She's angry. You have angered the Oomphy. What are you saying, Shiki-san? Haven't you looked in the mirror this morning? Well, I took a look in the bathroom mirror. You're lying. You wouldn't say something like that if you looked even once. Kohaku-san is seriously angry. Come to think of it, when I saw my face in the mirror, I think I saw death warmed over. I'll be fine. It's just that I don't have a lot of blood in me, so I look worse than normal people. This won't do. You won't grow without eating breakfast. If you don't have an appetite, I'll prepare you something easy to eat. So please, go to the dining room. Holding onto my arm, she drags me towards the sitting room. He doesn't eat meat, only beats it. Thank you for the commentary. I've got no choice. I really don't feel like going along with this, but I'll have to accept Kohaku-san's good intentions. Good morning, Nissan. How do you feel? Akiya greets me reservedly. That firmness about her yesterday is gone. I guess it's because she's worried about me. Good morning. I'm feeling, well, good in a certain way. Returning her greeting, I head towards the dining room. Please wait here, Shiki-san. I'll call you when it's ready. Kohaku-san disappears into the dining room by herself, leaving me, the downcast-looking Akiya, and Hisui, who stands emotionlessly by the wall. This is kind of awkward. Nissan, about last night, is it true that you collapsed in the park? Seems so. I don't really remember it myself, but if that's what Kohaku-san and Hisui say, then it must be what happened. Oh, stop talking like it's someone else's problem, Nissan. You have a weak body, so if you ever feel bad, please contact the mansion. I will send someone to pick you up right away. Hey, listen, there's no need for that. I'm not like a primary school kid. I can make it home by myself, no matter how bad I feel. Then I guess the fact that you could not make it home last night would mean you are a child. Sucks to admit it, but Akiya is right. Yesterday was different. That kind of thing is really rare. Look, just because I have chronic anemia doesn't make my body weak. There's no reason for you to worry about every little thing, Akiya. Yesterday was, you know, just a terminal case of bad timing. That's all. A terminal case? Please do not use such inauspicious words, Nissan. You have only just come back to the mansion. What would I do if you died? Akiya is seriously angry. Every girl... Shiki has angered the women. I guess that's normal, though. He probably angers women a lot. Jeez. You take things too easily, Nissan. Please, take better care of yourself. Even if you tell me that, I don't push myself as it is. I'm not in any clubs, and I do everything the doctor says. You have to put me in a sanitarium for me to get any better care. Yes, I would love to do that if I could. Ouch. Avoiding my gaze, Akia says something very frightening. As for Hisui, she's standing by the wall like a statue. I'm at a loss for conversation. There's still some time until we eat, so... Let's talk about the mansion. I'm curious about this. Oh, that's right. What's happening with our mansion now, Akia? What do you mean? If you're talking about ownership of the mansion, I am inheriting it. No, not that. The only people in the mansion right now are you, me, Kohaku-san, and Hisui, right? I was wondering what the rooms are being used for and so on. Nothing. As a general rule, all the rooms except the ones we are using are locked. Your room is at the back of the second floor of the west wing, and mine is in the east wing. Hisui's room is right before the stairs on the west wing, second floor, and Kohaku's room is just before the west wing, first floor. Father's room is next to Kohaku's room. That's open for now, too. Incidentally, the sitting room is the first right turn in from the lobby. In Akia's words, it would be something like right before the lobby on the first floor of the east wing. The gaming room and the guest room next to the sitting room are closed, but I will open them if you decide to bring friends here. The archives are, well, there are some bad rumors going around about them, so currently they're off limits. Huh. I wonder what that means. That's right, the gaming room. I wonder what... Because, you know, Kohaku Gaming. She's got a game. I see. Okay, got it. I get a strange, suspicious feelings about those off-limits archives, but for now, they have absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm sure they'll never come up again. Shiki-san, it's ready! I can hear Kohaku-san's voice from the dining room. Right, so I'm gonna get some grub. Oh, Nissan, please refrain from talking in such an unrefined manner. Akia shoots me a sharp glare. Ah, you've finally gone back to normal. I liked you more when you were calm because you were worried about me. I was not worrying about you, Nissan. Akia quickly looks away. Looking at her with a faint smile, I go to the dining room. I can't say I'm too excited for Akia's route. She's kind of annoying, honestly. But maybe I'm just projecting a little bit, because I also hate fighting her in Melty. I'm escorted outside by Hisui. Please take care. Saying the same thing she always does, she continues to stare at me. Shiki-sama, what happened to you last night? Last night? Nothing in particular. I was just feeling sick at school, so I left early. I was on my way back when... On my way back? I just collapsed in the park. Well, I guess I was just being careless like Akia said. Yeah, I don't know much about Rin, but she does seem to be doing kind of the, oh, I don't like you actually thing, and it's... I've never been a big fan of that character archetype, the tsundere. She's a little more cold, though, I think. I don't know. It's not a character archetype I am super into. Even just like not even like a waifus thing. It's more just like as any character. Yeah, I'll be careful from now on. I'm not placing any blame on you, Shiki-sama, but you look like you are pushing yourself this morning. Please take care along the way. Hisui makes a deep bow and sees me out. As I approach the school, I begin to catch sight of more and more students in uniforms. It's Saturday, so most of them are smiling while they walk. It's only a little way to a main gate once I pass this intersection. It's still only 7:30. Looks like I'll be able to get to school with time to spare today. The light turns red, and I stop in front of the crosswalk. The school fence is just on the other side. Since it's a school path, the footpath is protected by a guardrail. Even now, the students in front of me are heading towards the school gate. There's no one but students from our school on the other side at this time of day. There should be no one but the students. But between the cars rushing by, I feel like I catch a glimpse of someone in white. White woman spotted. What? She's there. dressed in white with golden hair down to her shoulders, long, slender brows and red eyes. I've seen her only once before. There's no way I could mistake her for someone else. Yeah, she walked it off. Whatever, she's fine. But that's impossible. I killed her myself yesterday, cutting her into pieces. What? No, even that's a lie. It's all just a dream. Hisui told me so. No, she didn't say anything of the sort. It's just that I wanted to believe it was a dream. Then it really wasn't a dream. But then, why? Why does she exist as real as anything? The light turns green. The students around me walk towards the other side. I'm the only one amongst them who stands there, stunned. She sits on the guardrail, her legs swinging idly, as if she is waiting for someone. I can't tell how long she's been waiting, but her expression isn't a grim one. Who is she waiting for? She fidgets restlessly, as if she were waiting for her lover. I have a bad feeling about this. The girl in white looks over in my direction. It's probably nothing more than a coincidence. She's just a stranger who looks like her. She must be waiting for someone else. If not, then this moment must surely be a bad dream, too. After all, I completely and utterly killed her with my own hands. But she's looking this way and smiling, looking very satisfied at having found the person who killed her. Her smile seems to say, "You've finally come." Giving a familiar wave and a smile, she hops off the guardrail. Fluttering her hair, she heads towards me. Don't come. This is a bad dream. The light turns red. Don't come near me. She doesn't even look like she cares, walking straight across the street while the cars pass by. Arkwid Frogger. There's only a few meters between us. I'm telling you not to come. The reality before my eyes does not change even when I scream out. Screaming in a voice I don't understand, I run from the girl in white. I run with all my strength. With no regard to embarrassment or shame, I blast through the passerby, running full speed across the asphalt. My breathing is wild and my heart screams out. But still, I run. I feel like I'm going to go crazy if I don't. I look behind me. The girl in white is walking towards me. She's definitely following me. The girl I've killed is chasing me. There's more than enough reason for me to run. My heart feels like it's about to explode, but I ignore it and I keep running. When I look back, the girl is still there. With those light footsteps, she follows me as I run away. My head droops down. My arms feel heavy. My legs feel like they're going to tear off. But despite that, I'm running with all my strength, and yet I can't get away from someone just walking after me. Watch out, she's gonna throw you into the corner. My breathing is out of control. I think I've already run several kilometers, but even so, when I look back, she's always there walking towards me. Naturally, like she's taking a stroll, she follows right behind me. It's not funny, but I begin to laugh. I can't stop laughing, but even so, I run. My body complains that I'll die if I run anymore, but I keep running. The reason is simple. If she catches me, she'll kill me for sure. I ask myself what I base that on, trying to shake it off as mere imagination. But even as I try to console myself, I'm the one who knows best. It's true. She's gonna hit you with a wake up overhead. Shiki, you gotta go. There's no reason, no basis, no evidence. I already know it as a fact that if she catches up to me, I will be killed. Bonk. Pathetically, I collapse to the ground. I fall forward not because I tripped, but because I simply can't move my body a single step further. Lying there, I collapsed, somehow managed to crawl my way to the wall. I try to pull myself up against the wall, but it's no good. My knees lose their strength as I try to rise, and I collapse back down. This is also a melty stage, right? The back alley, I remember. Yeah, it's in Type Lumina, too. My body won't move anymore. I look up as I breathe. Or is it only in Type Lumina? I don't remember. It hurts. I don't have enough oxygen. I can't think properly because of it. I can't even tell what I'm doing anymore. I don't know why I'm doing this. It is an NAACCC? It was an OG. Okay, that's right. I did remember correctly. Thank you, huge brain. Why? Why? I don't even know why that girl I've killed is alive. Unmistakably, I've utterly and completely killed her in the most final way imaginable. So why? How can she be waiting for me in front of my school, smiling? I'm sure I killed her. That's right. I'm sure I killed her. I'm sure I killed her. I'm sure I killed her. I'm sure I killed her, so... All right, give me a second. Why? Oh? Is that Chase over already? With light footsteps, she comes into the alley, shrugging her shoulders in disappointment. Hello. You really gave me some trouble yesterday. She got better. She's built different. With a warm smile, she comes into the alley. I've got to run away. Thinking that, I retreat, only to hit my head against a concrete wall. Sorry, that was kind of funny. The chase is already over, right? This is a dead end, after all. There's no need to worry about anyone coming along or interfering. She smiles, looking very happy. Panicking, I look around at my surroundings. I mean, I could try to give her a German accent, but I don't think that would be fitting either. I'll save the British accent for Saber. A desolate alley. I'm disgusted at my stupidity. Running away here is like asking her to kill me. It's been a long time. 18 hours since then. I finally found you. She takes another step into the alley. You? What? I definitely... Yes, I'm the girl you killed yesterday. I'm glad you remember. That can't be true. There's no way that can happen. Don't be ridiculous. Dead people can't... Nasu does it again. Dead people can't be alive. People do die when they're killed. Just gotta save that. Just gotta save that. There we go. You know I gotta clip that CG right there. There we go. All right. And saved. All right. Very important that I do that. That's true, but there's no need for you to be so surprised. I just revived, that's all. Oh, that's all. Up there with the archer class is really full of archers. Wow, so true. So true, bestie. With that curt response, she takes another step, the sound of it reaching my ears. The distance between us is gradually decreasing. Revived? Stunned, I repeat her phrase back to her. Sorry, I have to say it like, revived? Revived? You mean some doctor saved her with some surgery? Don't be stupid. There's no way any human can revive from being cut apart like that. Yeah, then again, I'm not human. Huh? Her words are so simple, there's no way I could have misinterpreted them. She really did just say she's built different. I'm not human. That's what the girl in front of me said. You're not human? Jeez, isn't that obvious? Do you think there's a human being out there who can revive after being cut into pieces? There's no way a human like that could exist. Something like that is just a monster who looks human. Something that revives even when killed. Something that death is irrelevant to. Something that quickly returns to normal and starts moving even after being cut to pieces isn't something you can call human. No way. That seems to be the girl right before my eyes. I try to laugh, but my throat is so dry I can't. What the hell is that? It's not exactly a funny story. Besides, there's too many things in the story that aren't funny. Besides, because definitely, if she's not human, it explains why she's alive even after I've killed her. I start to calm down. This is a situation where I've got to observe everything and think it over. Yeah, Shigi's he's run himself a little ragged lately. I'm surprised he didn't collapse from the anemia after running like that. You said you're not human. So what are you? Me? I'm called a vampire. To put it in your terms, I'm a monster who lives off human blood. Okay, alright, vampire basics. Ah, good. Vampire is at least something I can easily understand. I guess that's fair. I see. You're a vampire. She smiles in satisfaction to indicate her assent. What a crazy reply. I've heard that vampires can't walk around during daytime, but I guess that's a trivial matter right now. So, what does this monster want from me? For some reason, she recoils as if surprised. Oh, that's a cute sprite. After a moment, she puts her hands on her hips and looks at me, irritated. Have you forgotten what you did to me yesterday? Even though you didn't know me, you cut me apart the moment we met. You've got to be pretty used to this to ask me what I want with you now. She looks more disgusted than angry. But right now, that's how I feel too. Because someone I've killed is complaining to me about me killing her. Great. Another fantastic line. Thank you, Natsu. Hey, are you listening, murderer? Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry, could you shut up for just a minute? I'm reflecting on how lucky this is, even for me. Sheesh, I have the worst luck. There was a girl I wanted to kill for no reason, and I killed her on pure impulse. My memory wasn't clear after that, so I calmed down thinking it was just a dream, but it turned out to be real. What's more, it turns out the person I've killed isn't even human. I can't help but laugh, but it's not all bad. The person I killed has come back to life, then that means I haven't actually killed anyone, right? Great. Excellent logic, Shiki. Very true. So true, bestie. Well, I suppose the fact remains that I killed someone, but she's still alive. And that's something I should honestly be happy about. Yeah, with this, I should be able to get back to living my normal life. Okay, sure. A normal school life, just like I did up until now. Well, in exchange, I seem to have been cornered by this strange person, but you might argue that it's a heck of a lot better than becoming a murderer. Okay, I've calmed down. If you've got something to say, I'll listen. Complaints, grudges, whatever. Talk all you want. Yeah, I've got a whole lot of things to say to you, but you're weird. I'm just taking everything in right now. You could say I built up a resistance to weird stuff like this. I don't think it's much of a help in this case, though. She stares at me. It isn't malicious. It's strange. I'd thought that to get someone back when they got you was one of the common laws of the world. Sure. Then she should be trying to kill me, but what are you staring at? You're here to get revenge, right? Then... yeah, I guess I'm supposed to kill you back, in theory. I'll kill you if you really want me to, but otherwise, I'll pass for now. It's not very efficient that way. She stares at me head on. So, are you sorry? Eh? I'm stunned for a moment. The things she says are so out of place. I'm asking if you're sorry for killing me. I'm thinking about forgiving you if you are, you see. Besides, I get the feeling you're a pretty bad liar for a human. Sorry? Me? Yep. If you apologize to me, then I'm fine with that. This is unbelievable. What's so unbelievable? Not that the person I killed is forgiving me, but her voice sounds so kind. Hey, you have to give an answer when people ask you seriously, you know. Come on, hurry up and answer. We can't get on with things until we make it clear whether or not you're sorry. She's angry. Am I sorry, she asks? That goes without saying. Yeah, I regret it. No matter what the reason is, I did kill someone. Without mercy or reason. I killed just for myself. I do regret the fact that I killed someone. But more importantly, the person I killed was you, and so... it's a lie that it's alright if she's alive. It's a fact that I killed her. It's the ultimate violation, the greatest violence possible. So, you can get your revenge on me. I thought it was only natural you'd be here to get revenge. I hang my head, mumbling like I'm confessing to someone. I see. You're not a bad person. She smiles. Despite calling herself a vampire, she has a very honest face. What kind of faces do vampires usually have, Shiki? Are you vampire racist? I've decided. I'm going to make you help me. Eh? Help her? What is she talking about? Hey, what do you mean by helping you? It's simple. I'm going to get you to help me deal with a vampire which took root in this town. Hold on. I'm getting more and more confused. Dealing with vampires? But you're a... Oh, no. I am a vampire, but the vampire in this town is a different kind altogether. You live here, don't you? Then you should know about the murders that have been occurring lately, right? Yeah, quite a few people have been killed already. Hey, wait! I remember now. Come to think of it, all of the killer's victims had their blood extracted or something, didn't they? Don't tell me that. Exactly. Even the news is saying stuff like, the work of a vampire, right? It's a funny thing. They obviously know that kind of creature is doing it, but no one is going around trying to vanquish it. That's why I've got no choice but to do it for them. Wait, but vampires don't exist. Huh. She lowers her brows in annoyance. Oh, that's right. There's an unidentified person standing in front of me claiming to be a vampire herself. I don't really understand, but what you're trying to say is that you're here in this town to exterminate vampires, right? That's right, but before I could, I was attacked and killed by some unknown killer. Yeah, that really got me. It was a perfect surprise attack and I was cut into 17 pieces without a chance to do anything. I see. She must mean me. That's right. Until I was fully recovered like this, I was really planning to kill you, you know. That's the first time anyone's ever embarrassed me like that. And it took about 80% of my power to fully recover. Okay, that is a lot of power. Well, more importantly, it really, really hurt. It was so painful, I thought I was going to go crazy. However, the pain was so great, it restored my... Okay, sure. Do you know what it's like experiencing that over and over for a whole night? I don't know. Actually, I don't want to know. So full of hatred, I went out to look for you. I was so worked up that I didn't even care about the vampire, the very reason why I'm here. That is a pretty certified Natsu moment. I knew you were a student, so that's why I waited over there for you. I don't get it. If you hated me so much, why are you forgiving me? Let's see. To put it simply, I calmed down after a while. I already used up a lot of power, and I thought that it would be more efficient to use you as a shield than to kill you. Hold on. You just said something really bad for me. Eh? Did I say something like that? You said you were going to use me as a shield. Quite the banter these two have already. Of course. I already did forgive you, but that's just my personal feelings. You've got to atone for your murder through action, not just emotion, right? Well, even if you ask me. What's with you? I can't actually tell when you're being sincere and when you're not. Let me repeat it again. You killed me. You probably can't imagine it, but it takes a lot of energy to regenerate once you've been killed. Well, actually, it wouldn't be a big deal if you had just killed me, but the way you killed me was something I've never seen before. I couldn't heal the wounds, so I had no choice but to remake my body parts. That's why it took so much energy to So wait, does this mean that, like, there's just other Arc body, like there's a cut-up Arc body still in that apartment? She looks angry. It seems like she's recalling her forgotten anger while she talks. Anyway, I'm weak right now. I think I'll be able to recover after 2 nights, but if the enemy attacks before then, I'll be in danger. That's why for now, I'll have you be my shield. You'll have me do it? What are you doing, deciding everything by yourself? What? This is all your fault to begin with, so it isn't that much to be expected? Or are you not sorry after all? She looks straight at me with honest eyes. This is unfair. Sorry or not, using those eyes is unfair. It's unfair that she has such pure eyes like that when she claims she's a vampire. I'm, stuck for an answer. I lift my gaze. Huh? What is it? Something odd is there in the gap between the buildings. Uh-oh. Hold on. What's that? I get up and walk. I walk to the middle of the alley, and I finally realize what it is. A blue-colored bird. Oh, that's not good. A crow, to be precise. A blue crow. I'm not sure, Zipper Hands. The true ancestor thing, from what little I know about it, seems to not necessarily be Arc at 100% energy. Because she still looked normal on the day before. So I think that's something else entirely. That will probably come up later. That inauspicious thing I saw 2 nights ago. Oh man, the girl murmurs. The crow just stares at us. Geez, thanks to your slowness, he found us. The girl looks at the entrance to the alley. Found us? Who? I cast my gaze towards the alley entrance. Then, I take a step back in shock. Before I knew it, a dog had appeared in the narrow path running into the alley. It has 4 tough legs and a tense neck like a steel frame. That form, far removed from that of a human, is one made solely for hunting. Doesn't need to resort to verbal intimidation. Most humans would become nervous just by looking at that kind of hunting beast. As a fellow life form, it inspires awe by its dishearteningly superior athletic ability. That's a weird way to say that, but okay. A black dog? I start to shake. The black dog looking in our direction isn't small like a stray. As big as a German Shepherd or a Doberman, it just stands there menacing us. Arkwood's serious face. The girl says nothing but looks at the dog with disinterested eyes. Then, suddenly, the black dog jumps. No, it's running, but with a speed that makes it seem like it's jumping. I can't do anything. The black dog jumps straight for my throat. I can see it. I can see its black body moving towards me, but I don't even have time to think about dodging it. Thud. I feel a shock on my body. I was hit hard from the side. It's not the black dog. It seems the girl pushed me before I could crush my throat. With an easy movement, like someone throwing a ball, she hurls me into the wall using just one hand. Dunked. With a terrific wham, I fall on my rear. Why, you? What in the world are you doing? Never mind that. Keep your eyes in front, the girl yells. I look. Having lost sight of me, its target, the black dog bounds towards the wall. Sticking to the wall like a lizard, it jumps again. It bounces from the wall towards me. The dog's path is black lightning. Wah! That's an interesting... Okay, that's a pretty good CG. Gross, though. It's too fast. I can't react. The black dog opens its mouth, filled with teeth and saliva. This time, it clamps down towards my windpipe. I close my eyes. The dog's teeth sink into my throat. But in that instant, the dog lets out a yelp and releases me. That's impossible. The black dog lets out a scream and leaps straight up. There is nothing there, but nonetheless it flies high into the sky by itself. Just like that, the black dog, after going several meters into the sky, makes a scream and falls back down onto the concrete. No, perhaps more accurately, it was hit into the concrete. Music stops. Cut the music, cut the music. What was that? Jeez, you just made me waste more of my energy. So I guess, because Ark is pretty, in Melty, Ark is pretty physical. Like, I don't remember her, you know, I'm guessing this was telekinesis or something like that. Ark is pretty physical in Melty. I don't remember her doing anything like that, so maybe it's just we aren't seeing the hit sparks. But also Hime, her throw animation is like using some sort of telekinesis, so maybe it's that too. Yeah, Hime does that more, like you said. The girl quietly approaches the black dog. It is crushed against the concrete like a pressed flower. That's quite a mongrel of a familiar. I suppose it was some kind of scout. The black dog liquefies into some kind of tar-like substance and is absorbed into the concrete. It melted. No, maybe it's just dissolving. It can't be, can it? There's no way chaos would be in a place like this. Having a long sigh, she approaches me. Oh? You don't seem to be hurt, so there's no problem. She's mumbling something. My throat. I can still feel the dog's teeth sinking into it. Excuse me. Hey, what was that thing? A familiar of an enemy vampire. We were discovered because you weren't being clear. Discovered? You mean by that enemy vampire you mentioned? Yeah, this isn't good. It looks like I really will need you as a shield now. She says it so casually and with a smile. Stop saying such crazy things, you idiot. You saw me. What do you think I can do? You're a lot better off by yourself. Not really. With the power I just used to protect you, I really am empty now. What in the world? I'm grateful she helped me just then, but still. I can't do it. I can't. I don't have the power to drive away something like that. Sorry, but I can't even be a shield. Liar. You killed me. Why would you lie after doing something like that? That was something I don't even understand myself. No, look, I can't do it. I'm just a normal human. I can't help you. Not true. All you have to do is keep watch while I sleep, that's it. You can't do that much without any problems, right? That's... She looks straight at me. Somehow, those eyes are making me weaker. This will probably set us on the arc path, right? Escape somehow. That one she'll probably just kill me, right? I'll cooperate. For some reason, I can't decline. We need an inciting incident in our... Well, I guess you could say there's been a few inciting incidents. But you know, this is the important one. For some reason, I can't decline. I did kill her, after all. It's my fault she's weak and has to ask others for help. It is my responsibility. Besides, although I've only known her for a little while, she doesn't seem like a bad person. So how about it? Can a human like you cooperate with a vampire like me? Well, that would be the obvious answer, but... don't look at me with those eyes. Why is it? It's making me feel overcome with guilt and unable to refuse. But now that I've gotten myself into this mess, I won't be able to sleep at night if I just deny all responsibility. Man, I just know I'm going to regret this. So, yeah, I think I could probably do it. Shiki learns what empathy is. An unknown concept to the average Redditor. The enemy's the serial killer, right? As a resident of this town, I'd probably be struck with some kind of divine punishment if I refused to help you. Eh? You mean, I'm not going to be your shield, but if it's just being your lookout, I'll do it. I feel disgusted at how stupid I am as soon as those words are out of my mouth. I feel disgusted, but... There is something about her deeply shocked expression that's... Wow, are you serious? I'm really a vampire, you know. Yeah, Shiki is extremely weak to women looking an iota vulnerable. She just gives them big old goo goo gaga eyes and he's like, all right, lady, I'll fight this vampire for you. Hey, listen, why are you saying all this now after you've threatened me so much? That's true, but... Well, whatever. If you're going to cooperate with me, then I should be grateful. With a very happy expression on her face, she approaches me as I lie there on my rear up against the wall. Our contract is established. She extends her hand towards me. I guess I can finally introduce myself now. I'm Arquid. My last name is really long, so just Arquid is fine for now. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. I've never been sure on the pronunciation. I'm a true ancestor-type vampire. How about you? I heave a heavy sigh at her unprecedented introduction. It's a sigh of resignation, evidence I've decided to accept this nonsensical situation. I'm Tono Shiki. Sadly, I'm just your everyday student. I've said it before, but I'm really not going to be much use. Grasping her, Arquid's hand, I stand up. She takes a long, hard look at me and then offers me her hand again. Nice to meet you, Shiki. I'll have you take responsibility for killing me. Arquid grins as she extends her left hand. There really are all sorts of responsibilities in this world, but this is probably the first and last time someone takes responsibility by helping someone they've killed. Damn it, this is seriously messed up. But there is nothing else I can do. I grudgingly extend my left hand and shake hands with the woman in white claiming to be a vampire. This is a pretty nice room. I'd have no problem spending the night here. Arquid looks around the hotel room. Oh, I thought it looked like the similar background from Shiki's bedroom, so I thought they just went back to the mansion. I've got nothing to say for now. My room has probably already been discovered, so let's hide out here for the night. Oh, you don't have to worry about money. I'm rich, so I'll treat you. Speaking cheerfully, Arquid closes the curtains. I'll be your sugar mommy, Shiki. The arc scene in the remake is horrible. They hide nothing. Oh, so like when Shiki cuts her up, that you can see all the body parts. That's gnarly. She also turns off the lights, and the room becomes as dark as night. I sigh. What are you thinking, Arkwood? I'm thinking about all sorts of stuff. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking you why you rented a high-class hotel, not a cheap one, and why you rented out the whole top floor. I try to say this, but I stop. Right now, my job is to guard this so-called vampire and nothing more. I'm not going to ask any useless questions. No, forget it. Do whatever you like. You're weird, Shiki, suddenly getting mad and going silent like that. I just don't get you. Arkwood lies on the bed, smiling like she's having fun. I'm going to sleep until the sun sets. You'd better rest while you have the chance. Vampires don't move about in the daytime, so you'll be on guard for real during the night. Do you realize you've just said something that completely contradicts your existence? Oh, it's all right for me. Oh, I guess it's almost my limit. Good night, Shiki. Wake me up when the sun sets. Hey! Like a machine whose power is cut off, Arkwood suddenly falls asleep. She's so defenseless. Right now, I could run away if I wanted to. She did force me to come with her, after all. I could easily run away now. Arkwood is really funny. She's quite quirky. And I don't have that impulse anymore, but I even killed you once, yet how is she able to suddenly fall asleep despite that? I look at Arkwood's face as she sleeps on the bed. Her plump chest rises and falls. It looks like she's breathing, but her body isn't moving at all. I sure hope we aren't about to have another Shiki moment, but it's likely. I think we're heading in that direction. It's like the air around her has stopped. It's so tranquil even I might stop moving. What a peaceful slumber. A kind of defenselessness, as if she had absolute trust in me, even though we've only just met. Very cool, Shiki. Thank you. Please stop describing women as defenseless. I'm gonna hurt you. She's so stupid. She is so stupidly honest, I might start to worry. But aside from that, this is a turning point. This may very well be the point of no return for Tono Shiki. I should be escaping after all, or, still, I can't leave her alone. Well, I think I've committed to this path, so I'm not gonna leave her. I like how it gives you more than one chance, though. That's interesting. She was supposed to originally be a cold princess personality type, but they changed her because other characters were doing similar archetypes. Yeah, I think Akiha kind of fills out that role. Also, I think it's more interesting if, like, she has a brighter personality, because, like, her being cold is what you might expect. I think this is an interesting direction. I did promise, after all. Shiki was originally supposed to be a middle-aged vampire. That's interesting. I'm glad they didn't do that. No matter what it was I promised, I can't break it. Arkwood is sleeping. Her face is pale white, like that of a sick person. Arkwood said, as archetype Earth is like a lot colder and more smug. I guess that's why people, you know, one of the reasons people call her Tsukihime. Arkwood said she was weak. She said she was at her limit just a while ago, so I don't think she considered what I could do after she went to Shiki, please. The room is quiet. We're on the 11th floor, the top floor. Since she rented out the whole floor, there are no other guests here. The only sound is Arkwood's breathing. When I see her like this, she really looks nightmarishly beautiful. That white, smooth skin and that silky, light blonde hair. The soft lines of her body and those long eyelashes that look like swift brushstrokes. A perfect body, down to even the small details, the likes of which I've never seen before. No, to be more precise, the kind I never would have seen in my entire life. Vampire or not, Arkwood is a girl. I have to take responsibility for the fact that she's so weak now that she falls asleep instantly like she just did. You have to take responsibility for your own deeds. Part of my childhood education makes an appearance in my head. Alright, Shiki, be normal, I'm begging you. Sensei even told me. My eyes are strange, so they would in turn attract strange things. Then I should be prepared to take responsibility. At the very least, I should keep my promises and protect her for tonight. Okay, thank you for not being weird. White. The kind you see when you wake up. The color calls some nostalgic memories to mind. A hot summer day. A blue sky and large columns of summer clouds. The scenery slowly wavers in the heat. The voice of cicadas. The sound of cicadas. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cicada shells are lying in the clearing. As if the sun is right by my side, the clearing is roasting. A hot midsummer's day. As if the entire world became a frying pan. Wah! Wah! Akia is crying. Akia, who would always obediently stay close to behind me, is brimming forth with tears. Yeah, that's how you know it's summer, the cicadas. Uh-oh. A child lies collapsed at her feet, soaked in blood, killed. The corpse of a child about my age. A cast-off cicada shell. My 2 hands are red with the blood of that collapsed child. Shiki! The adults are coming. The fallen child is still dead. The adults are yelling. Did you kill him? That dream. A dream I had forgotten even in my dreams. I feel like I remember. Huh. Shiki. Hey, wake up. The sun's already set. Someone is shaking me. A somewhat unfamiliar voice and the touch of a cold hand on my shoulder. Huh? Arkwood is standing right in front of me. She's already woken up, and it's pitch black outside. I glance at the clock, and it says it's already 8. Eh? It's not eh. I told you to wake me up when the sun went down and you go and fall asleep. Crap. Sorry, I was feeling out of it. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I'm sure it was a while I was staring at Arkwood's sleeping face. Jeez. You'll lose your qualification as a bodyguard like that. If the enemy had attacked while we were both sleeping, we could have both died, you know? I said I'm sorry. Besides, you said it was safe during the daytime. I can't say that for sure. Familiars like the one we saw this morning could have come for us. Arkwood is angry. Well, she's got a right to be. I've got no right to talk when I, the bodyguard, dozed off while she was sleeping. And besides, I am a vampire, you know. How can you just sleep there without feeling any danger? I don't want you to be afraid for no reason, but it'd be nice if you were at least tense enough not to sleep. I take that back. Arkwood doesn't seem to care that I didn't do my job as a bodyguard. She just doesn't seem to like that I fell asleep. I can move my body a little better and wake up, only to find you sleeping there happily. You look so vulnerable, I was seriously starting to feel uneasy that I might not have the dignity befitting a vampire. Well, I don't think she has much dignity. Shiki does not respect women at all. You were just as vulnerable yourself. I killed you once before, remember? You can't guarantee I won't do it again, can you? Ah, Arkwood gives a surprised look as if she only just realized it. Now that you mention it, you're right. I wonder why I did that. I guess I just had complete confidence in you since we spoke in the alley. Well, saying that doesn't make me feel bad for her. Okay, since you trust me so much, I'll try my best. So, should I just keep watch from now on? Yeah, until sunrise tomorrow. I can't leave the room, so be on guard if someone comes up to this floor. Be on guard, huh? Being on guard is going to do me no good if one of those black dogs from this morning comes for us. I let out a sigh. As expected, this is too heavy a role for me. Let me ask you something. Was the black dog that attacked us this morning something your enemy sent out? I don't think so. It was probably for Savannah. I have no idea, Metalvok, how Shiro can come across as more misogynistic than this. His patrol route happened to pass through where you and I were talking, and it seems my presence was revealed as a result. Revealed? To your enemy? That's right. If I had been in perfect condition, it would actually give me some time. But right now, it's the opposite. If I were attacked now, I'd be the one annihilated. That's why I have to hide out like this for now until my power returns. Arkwood's enemy. In other words, the serial killer who's been causing the stir in this town. A vampire. Arkwood, I want to ask you something. Will you answer my question? I don't mind talking, but why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Yeah, I haven't asked you the most important thing yet. So, what's your ultimate objective here? Me? I'm here to hunt down the vampire. Killing vampires is my duty. Yeah, I do remember you saying something like that before. But you're a vampire, right? What? You still don't believe me? Well, don't worry, I believe you so much it hurts. I'm asking why would you, a vampire, claim to be doing something as odd as killing other vampires? Oh? You don't like the idea of beings from the same species killing each other? Okay. The act of killing doesn't exactly make my list of favorite things, but she is right. I'm not comfortable with the idea of vampires killing vampires. No, it's just that I can't really imagine something like that happening. Vampires drain the blood of humans, right? So they should be killing humans, not other vampires. Drinking blood and killing are different things. Well, even so, I know what you're trying to say. You think beings from the same species should help each other out, right? But vampires can be of the same species and still be different life forms. That's why they don't really have what you humans call camaraderie. Then you're saying something makes you different from the vampire you're hunting? That's right. The one I'm after is a human vampire, just like the stereotypical vampire from you humans' folklore. Huh, this is interesting, okay. So, there's different types of vampires. He kills humans by draining their blood, turning them into the dead, then uses them to increase his power and influence. That's the sort of vampire I hunt. The one lurking in this town is that sort of old-style vampire. That sort of vampire. Seems like there are different types. Don't tell me you want to be your shield so you can get this guy. Yeah, that was my original intent, but after talking to you, I've changed my mind. You see, at first, I thought you were someone from the church, so I thought you might have information about the location of the enemy, but you turned out to be a perfectly ordinary person. You know, except for that cutting me into 17 pieces part. You didn't even know about vampires, let alone the location of the enemy's coffin. Yeah, come to think of it, there's no way they'd send an exorcist to a Far East secular country like this one. I guess I didn't put enough thought into this. Arkwood thinks aloud. Her conversation derails, and I'm feeling a little left out. I don't follow you at all, Arkwood. Hold on for a moment, let's see. How should I explain this? With that, Arkwood's gaze begins drifting. She doesn't seem used to holding a conversation. Don't worry about it, just explain everything about the current situation. I don't understand any of this, but I might be able to see the general gist of things. Really? Thanks, Shiki. You don't have to thank me, just keep talking. Arkwood nods obediently. Just give me a plot dump, please. Arkwood, that's all I ask. Basically, the vampire currently in this town is an old-style vampire. He himself reigns as a lord and releases the dead he made into the city. By doing so, he increases his power bit by bit. He's a typical vampire in that he drains the blood of humans and those humans become vampires themselves. He's not very powerful right now as he doesn't have many dead serving him, but as the victims increase, so does his power. It would be best to destroy the main body before that happens, but I haven't found where he sleeps yet. He's hidden so well right now I can't even feel his presence. Even so, it's easy to take care of things once I find it. But I don't have any clues whatsoever, so I had no choice but to walk around town during the day to investigate. And then I suddenly got attacked by a passing killer, and now I'm temporarily weaker than the enemy vampire. Arkwood shoots me a cold look. I guess she wants to say something to the passing killer. I see. I kind of understand the situation now. So in other words, some evil monsters are based in this town, and you're here to eliminate them. Since you didn't know where they were, you went looking for them, and that's when I, killed you. So now you're weakened and hiding out while you're covered. Is that about right? To put it simply, I think so. Yeah, I did see some stuff from that new fan translation of Fate, and I think I'm gonna wait for that to finish before I read it, like I've done Tsukihime. Then, next is the main topic. You casually call yourself a vampire, but I still don't really understand that term. It's obvious you're not a human, that much I can see, but I don't get the feeling that you're a vampire either. That's true. I am a little different from the type of vampire you know about. Indeed, I hadn't considered that vampires even existed at all, let alone a vampire like you. So, what makes you different? Arkwood thinks. Yes, I suppose it might be helpful to teach you a bit about us. Alright, then the first period's lesson will be Vampires 101. Okay, but what's with Vampires 101? You're an amateur at this, so we've got to start with the basics, right? That's why I'm going to start teaching from the very beginning. Okay, whatever. Just keep it short. Well, I'll try my best. It really does seem like she's not used to talking. Well, we've got a lot of time, so for now I guess I'll listen to Arkwood without complaint. Although we're typically called simply vampires, we're divided into two main categories. Those who are vampires from the start, and those who become vampires. The former are called true ancestors, and the latter are called the dead apostles. The ones you call vampires are the dead apostles. They drain the blood of humans and turn them into their slaves. They're weak against sunlight, and you can vanquish them with a baptism ritual. Our enemy is one of these dead apostles. Okay, I'm getting it. It's gone from my enemy to our enemy. Well, I don't mind. She's not wrong considering the situation I'm in now. So you're saying these dead apostles aren't vampires from the start? What do you mean by that? Dead apostles were once humans. They've attained immortality through magic or had their blood sucked by one of the true ancestors. Either way, the ones that become vampires become immortal, even though it's imperfect immortality. Those who were vampires from the beginning, and humans who become vampires. What is this? I get the feeling there's some kind of huge contradiction to all of this. Feels like some important fundamental is missing somewhere in this theory. Maybe like, where did true ancestors come from in the first place? That would be my question. Like, if they weren't humans who turned into vampires, where are they from? Hey, Shiki, how much do you know about vampire folklore? Let's see, just the usual stuff. They suck the blood of virgins, they can bind people just by looking at them, they can turn into mist and wolves, just the usual stuff you hear about. Yeah, I played Castlevania, you know. Yeah, that's pretty much all true. They drain the blood of virgins because one's blood cells are more pure before one has exchanged bodily fluids with others. Okay, sure, why not? That makes virgins most suitable for repairing the vampire's own degenerating genes. That doesn't make any sense, but okay, Arkwood, I'll believe you. The dead apostles, the ones that become vampires, have imperfect immortality. Since they became immortal, they won't die from old age. However, they need to replenish their energy frequently or they'll disappear. All living creatures need nutrients to be able to move, right? It's the same thing. Just that vampires don't die from age as long as they take in these nutrients. The dead apostles suck blood because they need it to stay alive. Immortality is a strain on their originally human bodies. The genes that compose their bodies are different. When they become vampires, they begin to degenerate at an incredible rate. To make up for that, they must drain the blood of others in order to absorb genetic information and stabilize their own bodies. To a vampire, drinking blood is not like eating, but it's the minimum requirement for them to continue to exist. This sounds complex. That's so true, Shiki. And long. I can't follow the logic, but Arkwood nonetheless continues speaking. So, moving on. The ability to bind someone with just a look is a type of mystic eyes. Eyes and words are both common types. Okay, so we've established Shiki's mystic eyes, and mystic eyes are a thing vampires also have. Eyes and words are both common types of magic circuits, so there are many vampires who have mystic eyes. Okay, from what I know, magic circuits also comes up a lot in Fate. Like, it's kind of a universal concept. We usually possess the mystic eyes of enchantment. We don't enchant people by looking at them, rather, we enchant those who look into our eyes. A powerful vampire using mystic eyes can impose his own will into the brain of another and completely dominate their thoughts, but the mystic eyes of a dead apostle doesn't have that much power. Yeah, that's what I figured, Metavoc. Magic circuits is just like your key. It's like, it's energy anyone can use in different ways. What you call turning into mist is really just making a spare body and controlling it via the will. Once the part serves its purpose, you cut the flow of magical energy to the offshoot, and naturally, it returns to dust. Wolves and other animal transformations are a byproduct of a vampire's repairing its damaged body from its familiars. For a vampire living a long time, stabilizing their bodies with normal eyes is not sufficient. Humans are not fundamentally powerful animals, so it's more effective to repair one's body by absorbing beasts, as they surpass the human species in this respect. Huh. So why is Chaos going around eating people then? Because clearly, this guy is eating a lot of animals. Like, that's his thing. If animals are more powerful, why not just keep eating animals? Don't answer that rhetorical question, I'm thinking aloud. Vampires who repair their own bodies with beasts can return those beasts to their previous forms and use them as familiars when they need to. From what I've heard, there's even 1,000-year-old vampire's bodies made up of entirely familiars. They say he contains 666 beasts within his body, or something like that anyway. I think Arquid's getting a little too wrapped up in her own speech. Or maybe this is just Nasu talking to himself. To be honest, I'm not finding this world easy to understand. Yeah, that's about it. It's just an explanation of the very basics, but now do you know what a vampire is? Well, I suppose. The reality of Arquid being a vampire begins to feel harder and harder to accept. You over-explained. Now your setting isn't believable. Now it's my turn. Actually, there's something important I've forgotten to ask you, too. What? You're not going to learn anything from me. I'm not a vampire or anything, just an ordinary student. Let me ask you this, Shiki. How exactly did you kill me? Huh? I'm asking about the method you used. I'm resistant against stuff like runes and Kabbalah, so those don't work on me. The only things I'm not resistant against is magic I've yet to experience, which is probably limited to the ancient Shinto in this country and the treasures in South America. I'm glad. It's really funny that she's like so specific about it. So like, I guess the same kind of magic can't work on her twice? That's interesting. No, not even those could kill me that much. Answer me, Shiki. What kind of occult artifact did you use to incapacitate me to that degree? I don't necessarily hate lore dumps like this with, you know, the proper nouns and stuff. There's a way to do it right and there's a way to do it wrong. And I think this is okay because it's intriguing. I'm intrigued by, especially because it's Arquid saying it and she's one of them. And like she herself seems like she doesn't totally know how to explain it very well. That's kind of what makes it intriguing, because if it was just her spouting words at me without any aspect of her character involved, then it would be boring. But it sort of weaves in parts of her character, and I like that. Occult artifact? What's that? A catalyst which stores ideas and history. Jeez, you've got sacred treasures in this country too, don't you? Yeah, that's Kyo, Iori, and you know. They're usually something like staffs and swords, jewels and masks, conceptual weapons that can be used against nature itself. Come on, Shiki. Are you sure you're not someone from one of those fields? I wonder if the knife is a secret weapon. What field? I told you, I'm just a student. I don't know anything. That's a lie. There's no way a human who's not even a magus can hurt me. Are you hiding something from me, Shiki? Arku gives me an angry, cat-like stare. But even if she looks at me like that, I'm not Oh, wait. Actually, there is one thing. I'm not sure whether it's relevant, but Arquid is still staring at me. Doesn't seem like I'll be able to keep quiet about it. Yes, cat-like. Advent of Neko-Arc. Alright, I'll tell you, but how should I put this? I can see these lines that can be used to cut things. Eh? Oh, she's stunned. She should be. Normally, I don't think anyone would believe a story like this. What do you mean? Arquid asks in a serious tone. She's not exactly normal. She's so not normal. I should have known she would defy my expectations in a good way. I mean, I see these lines where things can be cut. Living things, the ground, anything touchable. It's like a black line, and I can cut things clean when I let anything sharp through it. Does that mean anything to you? It's convenient to be able to cut steel with a knife and all, but it's not like I can cut it anywhere I like. I can only cut things where I can see the lines, and when I cut you, well, you can cut a girl's skin with just a knife, right? Ooh, serious eyes. Arkwood's eyes are serious as she glances at me. Those wild eyes that I've only seen once before. A gaze that could stop my breathing. I see. I thought the mystic eyes of death perception only existed in fairy tales. But I guess there is someone who can use them. A mutated monster like you. Well, what? I don't think a vampire can call me a monster. A monster is a monster. There isn't anyone even amongst us. Amongst us? Amongst us. With mystic eyes that can see the death of things. See the death of things? Arkwood nods in affirmation with an inimical gaze. Sorry, that's a real word. I just had trouble reading it for a second. Amongst us. A circuit must have opened in your eyes, Shiki. Were you born with eyes like that? No. They became like this a long time ago, but I wasn't born with them. Then you must have had at least one near-death experience at some point, right? What? It's true. 8 years ago, I got in an accident where I almost died. Just as I suspected, you had the latent ability, but that must have been the trigger. The mystic eyes of death perception, huh? Yes, with those, you could definitely kill even me. Yeah, just get hit with a car and you can use magic. Makes sense. With a small sigh, Arkwood's eyes return to normal. Arkwood, do you know something about these lines? Not to the extent you would, but I do have some information. What you see is the end of all things, the point where things die easily. To put it simply, the time of death for everything in existence. That is, death itself. I remember now. That time, when Sensei gave me these glasses, she had told me something similar to what Arkwood said. But there's a subtle difference to what Sensei said and what Arkwood said. What I'm seeing are only lines, and not something as disturbing as death. What are you saying? What I see are just the lines where things can be cut. I'm telling you, those lines are the death of the object. Listen, Shiki. Everything in existence has an end. There are differences to when, but it's an end nonetheless. Death does not arrive. It is already contained within the object at its creation, and it's bound to happen someday. This is what it is called the principle of causality. You've heard of that before, right? As long as something has an origin, it must have an end. When it will end is determined from its beginning. That's its so-called time of death. So as it already exists from the beginning, it's not impossible for one to see with their eyes, given that they can comprehend the concept of a time of death, and they have the appropriate circuit in their brain and eyes. Yeah, this is quite the lore dump. But I like how it's going at least into Shiki's backstory a bit. That's the truth behind those lines you see. This is nothing more than the general concept, but if I were to theorize, I would say that they are the weakest parts of the joints between the molecules in something, or perhaps a pre-designated switch within the genetic makeup that activates the death of that object. Okay, sure, we'll go along with either of those. But that doesn't really make sense. I can't see them, so I can't say for sure. But the lines aren't all you can see, are they? I would think that there would be points more than lines. That's right. When I first saw Arkwood, when I wasn't myself, when I took off my glasses, I could see the usual scribbles and black points, where the scribbles seemed to flow from. There were. It only happened that one time, but definitely, I saw black points. There were several in your body, and the black lines flowed between them, joining them up. If I had to make an analogy, I would say that they were like blood vessels. I see. The lines where things die easily, and death itself, huh? I'm surprised you've stayed alive up until now like this. You must have a very tranquil heart, Shiki. Arkwood says this philosophically. In my own way, I understand what she is saying, but I don't want to believe any of it. What? There's no way that sort of thing exists, let alone me being able to see it. Well, you are seeing it. Usually when you cut a living being's neck, they die. This means it stops because you've cut it. Conversely, you can say that if you can't cut something's neck, it won't die. This is about me, so just consider it an exception. So, I guess kind of what that's trying to say is that, like, we know if you cut someone's neck, they'll die. So people that don't have the mystic eyes of death perception can't see the lines, but we have found naturally where some of these lines are, I guess. Just through lots of killing. But in your case, you can ignore the cause. Even against that which is immune to all external effects, you kill first. What is killed then becomes dead. It's not that it stopped because you cut it, but in your case, you stop the object, and as a result, it is cut. Huh. See? What else can I call you but a monster? You may just call them lines along which something can be cut, but those eyes are more special than those possessed by any other user of supernatural power in history. You, Shiki, have the eyes that can kill anything, just like death itself. I'm at a loss for words. If that really is what I see, just like Arquid is saying, those black lines really are the time of death for all things. Then, everything around me is filled with death. So what? If it's all as you say, I should be able to kill even you. Really? Then let's try it. Arquid opens the curtains. The lights are off. The only illumination is the faint moonlight coming in through the window. Come on, it's all right. Try it, seriously. Wait, could it be you can't see them with those glasses on? Are you sure about this? I take my glasses off, only to see the lines, of course. At the same time, the room begins to writhe with the black lines. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how she says that those eyes are the most special thing in history, but there's like 3 different Shikis with death perception. Outside the window, the moon is white. Looks blue to me. They're difficult to see in the daytime due to the strong sunlight, but under the faint moonlight, I can even see the glow coming from the lines. Amidst them, the lines on Arquid's body are very thin. If I don't concentrate, I lose sight of them altogether. If I hadn't been killed by you, I don't think you'd be able to see any at all, but right now you can probably see them. You see, although I have no times of death during the night, some do appear during the day. You could kill me because it was during daytime, but you could see my time of death during nighttime now, since I've used up a lot of energy to regenerate myself. In other words, I've lost my immortality. So, can you cut the lines on my body, Shiki? Let's see. I think I probably could, since the lines are there, but I don't think I could do it so briskly and without hesitation like that time before. I think it'd be hard. The lines keep fading in and out, so I probably couldn't do it unless you're sleeping. This is a weird conversation. You can't, right? That's your biggest weak point. No matter how many deaths you can see, you need to trace the line with your own hands. No matter how weak I am right now, my athletic ability isn't so low that I'd be caught by you. I see. Come to think of it, I can't catch agile animals. That means I can't touch their bodies. In other words, even if I can see its lines, I can't kill anything that moves. Ow! I feel a stab of pain run through my head. Looking at the lines gives me a headache, just like it did when I was a child. I put on my glasses and the world returns to normal. Arquid is staring intently at me. What? Is there something else? No, that's not it. You can't see the lines if you put those glasses on? Yeah, I got them from someone a long time ago when my eyes first became like this. I'm only using the lenses now, but thanks to them, I can lead a normal life. Yes, I see. No matter how strong a mind you may have, your only choice when faced with death all the time would be to put out your eyes, or go mad. Saying that, Arquid comes closer. Hey, can I take a look at them? No, these are important to me. I'm not handing them over to you. Come on, I'm not going to break them. I'm just going to look at them. Arquid creeps closer. I get the feeling she wouldn't be adverse to getting them by force. Alright. Give me 1 second, minions. I'll be right back, okay? Just give me a second. Beep boop. Sorry about that. But you know, I have been drinking a lot of water, so I had to take a quick break. Sorry about that. Let's I think what I'm gonna try to do is finish this day, and we'll see how I'm feeling after that. I'll let her look at my glasses. Arkwood doesn't look like she's going to give up. Fine. Give them back as soon as you're done looking. I hand her my glasses. Why is it purple now? Arkwood stares intently at the glasses and then looks at me with frightening eyes. Shiki, is the person who made these glasses in this city right now? I don't think she is. It's been 8 years, and it seems like she was only here for a week. I see. That's good. I don't have to deal with more... Well, it's probably safer not to deal with blue in the first place anyways. Arkwood retreats to her thoughts. I don't know why it's that color. Arkwood, you know Sensei, I mean, the person who made these glasses? I don't know why it's purple right now. I know her. A sorceress. She's one of the only 4 of her kind. These glasses are truly a masterpiece. Even I can't break them. Arkwood's face grows even more serious. Wait, you were going to break them? Did I say that part out loud? I knew it. You were going to break them after all. I retrieved the glasses from Arkwood. Oh, I guess it's... Well, it's never turned purple when he took his glasses off before. Jeez. You're the one who just said I couldn't say... Yeah, Aoko said she took the glasses from her sister. She didn't make them herself. Jeez. You're the one who just said I couldn't stay sane without these glasses. Or do you want me to go crazy? Some sort of joker. That's not what I meant. I just didn't like how you treasured them so much. Hey, listen, you. Jeez. Somebody please tell me how a mind like hers works. She's so quirky. It's true my memories of Sensei are precious to me, but more importantly, I can't live without them. If I were to see the lines 24 hours a day, I think I'd die from the headache before I went mad. I suppose there must be a strain on your brain from being able to see death. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of reason for those eyes of yours, but this is all I can tell you for now. If we get the chance later, I'll go over it in a little more detail. That's alright. I'm not into long stories anyway. Oh, could have fooled me. Is that so? Personally, I enjoy talking to other people. Arko gives a carefree laugh. It really does seem like she enjoys doing nothing more than talking. Night descends. Arkwood sits on the bed and we both stare absent-mindedly at the clock. It's past 4 in the morning. About an hour until dawn. Just one more hour? Nothing out of the ordinary has happened up until now, and Arkwood shows no signs of tension. We're surrounded by complete tranquility. Somehow, I'm beginning to believe that tonight might just end like this. Hey, Shiki. Arkwood calls me again. What? I don't have anything else to talk about. Really? But it's such a waste not to talk now that we're in a situation like this. Listen, how many hours do you think I've had to put up with your nonsense talking? 6 hours. That's making me more tired than keeping watch. Very cool, Shiki. Arkwood gives me a dissatisfied glare. That's right. For some reason, Arkwood has been talking to me for 6 hours straight. I told her she should sleep if she was feeling weak, but she replied with, "It's more fun to talk," so in the end, we ended up facing each other and talking the whole time. I just don't know what she's thinking. Grew. To top things off, oh, it's his stomach grumbling. I'm hungry. Come to think of it, my last meal was breakfast, so I haven't eaten anything for a whole day. It would be nice to get an official localization of Tsukihime remake. Why don't you eat something if you're hungry? We're in a fancy hotel after all, so you can call up room service. That's okay. I'd lose my sense of tension if I filled my stomach now. Shiki seems really like to hate eating for some reason. More importantly, I shouldn't be getting something to eat. You're weakened, but you aren't sleeping, so you should at least get something to eat. If you're not going to eat, then neither am I. Normal food is meaningful in its own way, but it's boring to eat by myself. Normal food? There's nothing normal or special about... Ah, wait. Arkwood is a vampire. I suppose to her, food would mean drinking someone's blood. Or is there? I guess being a vampire, you wouldn't usually consume much except blood. She doesn't look like it, but Arkwood is a vampire. She says vampires need the blood of humans to survive. Then, just how many people has she drained blood from, and how many people has she killed before? Something to think about. I sneak a quick glance at her face. I can't imagine. Even though I know she's a vampire, for some reason, I can't imagine her sucking anyone's blood. Arkwood calling room service and asking for normal food. Yeah. I would like, your finest normal food. What? Is there something on my face? She meets my gaze and I quickly look away. Arkwood continues to stare at me and then gives a laugh of comprehension. I don't know what Aki is up to right now. Are you curious? About what? About how many people I've sucked blood from. She's completely read my mind. Arkwood's smile grows even wider and I don't like it. Well, of course I'm curious. I'm helping you, so if I don't know, I won't have any idea about when you might have a change of heart and try to attack me. That would really be a problem. I see, Arkwood says. Well then, here's a question. How many people's blood have I sucked so far? She bounces lightly up from the bed and walks to the window. How many people? That's... Arkwood gives a cheerful smile and silently looks in my direction with an air of delight. Damn it, it's obvious that she's trying to provoke me. Fine, I'll answer. Let's see, it has to be... in the hundreds? Sorry, you're off. Then in the thousands? Nope, that's wrong too. Arkwood laughs like it's so funny. How many breads have you eaten in your life, Shiki-kun? Somehow this feels really frustrating. Damn, then, well, I doubt it's the case, but in the tens? That's wrong too. Oh, really? Tens, hundreds, thousands? Do you really see me as that sort of person? That's so mean, that would make me indiscriminate. Am I wrong? Vampires are indiscriminate, aren't they? Even humans get hungry merely by being alive, and when it's a matter of life and death for you, you wouldn't be picky either. Yes, that's true, but... Oh, I didn't expect to see her back. I haven't tasted blood these last 800 years. Nor have I ever killed an ordinary human. Huh? Wait, is that true? It's the truth. After all, I'm afraid of sucking blood. Huh? Afraid of sucking blood? You've got to be kidding, right? A vampire that's afraid of sucking blood? Why? I suppose I'm a coward. That's why I'm a failure as a vampire. Arkwood grumbles as she looks up at the night sky from the window. She stays like that for a long time, continuing to look up at the sky. Her white back looks vague, hazed over as if she was merely an illusion. I see, a failure, I whisper and I feel relieved. Somehow, that makes me happy. Of course, it's only natural to be relieved. Because now I know that person that's standing before me isn't some kind of vicious, evil being. For now, if I were to believe what she says, I won't just be killed by her at random. So I'm safe. I'm safe, but I feel like that's not the only reason I'm relieved. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Being relieved over something like this, how can I be happy over something like Arkwood being a failure? Uh-oh. Ah, suddenly I feel faint dizziness. No, don't give me the red vision again, Shiki. Shiki, what's wrong? You're sweating an awful lot. No, it's just this twinge of pain in my head. I realize something with a shock as I reply to Arkwood. The window behind Arkwood. Uh-oh. Beyond the glass, within the city streets still sunken in the darkness of night, a blue crow is looking in my direction. That's... I can do no more than stare at its dim figure through the window. Arquid turns towards me, the window too. It's pronounced, yeah, Nero? Indeed. I have finally found you, princess of the true ancestors. From somewhere, a force of will flows into the room. Arquid's eyes are full of enmity. That crow is really creepy. Outside the window, the crow gives a loud, high-pitched scream. This is it. I'm heading there right now. The blue crow flies off. All that remains is the dark of night and the white moon. Suddenly, boom! With a heavy noise, the room shakes violently. No, to be more precise, the entire hotel shook from the impact. What the hell? I get up from the bed. Arquid is silent, biting her lip with a vexed expression. Arquid, that's shaking just now. She doesn't answer. Say something! That wasn't an earthquake, was it? If I had to guess, it felt more like someone had driven a large dump truck into the hotel lobby at full speed. Nero busting through! And it was that kind of impact. Arquid! She doesn't answer. If I listen closely, I can hear noises from downstairs. Arquid's face is grave. She said she was powerless right now. That's probably why she's not saying anything. Only time passes by. 2 minutes. It's been 2 minutes after the impact, but the hotel is awfully quiet. Arquid remains silent and still, just biting her lip as if withstanding something. I can see a trail of red blood slowly forming down her lip. Arquid, is she worried? Frustrated? She remains still, almost as if she's embracing herself, bearing with something. She said she wouldn't leave the room. Then, what am I here for? You know, I don't think Shiki is exactly, at a power level good enough to fight Nero. Just a guess. I think it's best for us to stay inside and keep watch with Arquid. That's our job, after all. As long as Arquid is unable to move, blindly going outside would be dangerous. Gripping the knife with one hand, I hold my breath. Arquid is silent too. She looks like she's being careful of what's around her. The floor below us is being noisy. Perhaps the shock woke up the guests, and maybe they're complaining to the hotel people. It's still 4 in the morning, but even so, the noise is as loud as that of a festival. Even that falls silent a few minutes later. The noise disappears. A sickening silence. The lights go out. At the same time, the sound of countless things hitting the door. Uh-oh. Are you prepared, Shiki? Arquid whispers in the dark. Prepared? For what? I don't even have to ask her. Spooky. If remaining in here was a mistake, then that question was also a mistake. I turned towards the door at the sound of it breaking. No sound escapes from my mouth. As I turn around, bright white teeth fill my vision. Oh! Like a giant maw capable of consuming me whole. I think maybe I made a wrong choice? Somehow, I'm able to calmly tell it's the jaws of a shark. Fresh blood spills everywhere. With a thump, what remains of my body falls to the floor. What falls is my head. Everything below my face has been consumed in one bite. That is the last scene I ever see. I should have saved. Okay. End. Will you take CL Sensei's lesson? Well, I guess now's a good time for that, huh? Let's take CL Sensei's lesson. Teach me, CL Sensei. Yeah, I got hit by the jumping sea. Bonjour. This corner is for the unlucky Tono-kun who easily ended up in a dead end again. It is time for Teach Me, CL Sensei. Now, we will start second period. This time, oh. I guess there was... Huh, she's acting like she talked to me before, so I guess there was another death I could have had earlier. Oh, I navigated one bad end at least. That's pretty good, right? This time, we will present the first Shakes and Shivers Animal Land from the series that gives detailed observation of wild animals. Yeah, there she is. Good on you. Sensei, I have a question before that. The name sounds really stupid. In Japanese, you could read your name as Chiel. Question denied. Goodbye, Neko Arc. Now then, Tono-kun. I think it's good to be prudent, but this time it seems to have backfired. Basically, you are a hero, so a little recklessness will be forgiven. It would be forgiven, but in a case with an absurd animal like a shark, I guess you couldn't do much. You'll just have to abandon Arquid this time around. Hey! I don't want to hear that from Chiel. Abandon her. Kya! No violence. Anyhow, please prepare yourself to explore the hotel alone. Inside, you'll find a whole animal kingdom. As a representative primates, let's show those beasts what we've got. That's really funny. Well, I should have saved. Or, well, resuming game. Okay, yeah. Well, that's fine. It's late. Before next week, I'll get back to where we were, so don't worry about that. It's just, you know, I just gotta mash through that dialogue. But I was thinking about stopping soon anyways. I was like, let's get through to the next day, and then it's like setting up this whole fight with Nero, so let's tackle that next time, huh? That'll be fun. Next time we'll tackle Nero. I'm glad, you know, I think it's good content that we got to see at least one bad end with Neko Arc and teacher CL, Sensei CL. I'm going to command you now to go raid Gigaboots. They're playing the Jack games. I've never played those. That's the PS2 Scrimble I don't know about. I'm more of a Sly Cooper man, but you should go check them out. I'm sure they're having a good time. Just post Neko Arc sounds in their chat, okay? Good and you. So, good night, everybody. Tomorrow, I'm playing with Ars, Carl, and Shora again. More Phasmophobia and Left 4 Dead 2. Spooky month. Yay! Goodbye.